welcome to Decoder. I'm Nidhi Razdan. Well, we are well into counting day in the United States, and what an election this has been. It has been described as the most consequential elections, not just for America, but perhaps for the rest of the world. It has been bitterly fought, bitterly contested, and at stake is perhaps not just the future of America itself, its democracy, its values, but also how the rest of the world will deal with the United States. And we have seen initial results coming in. We have Prannoy Roy and Dorab Sopariwala here with us to explain what these numbers mean. All I can tell you is that it's early days in the battleground states in the US, which is right where the election is essentially being fought.
Yes.
But what are the numbers telling us?
No, it's early days at the moment, but we're lucky we'll get all the political implications from our wonderful guests and in New York.
That's right. We have Ambassador Meera Shankar. She was India's ambassador to the United States. Welcome.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us, ma'am.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Narayan Lakshman, the opinion editor of The Hindu, is with us this morning. He was posted as a correspondent for The Hindu in the US for several years. And we have IP Bajpai, very own advisor and a columnist here, joining us straight from New York. Late at night there, Baj. Thank you so much for being with us.
Lucky guys in New York City. And looking a little, he's staggering a bit. Okay, let's have a look at, you're right, this is early stages, and what we're looking at are the electoral college votes. That's the key. You have to get 270 to win. And if you look at the current situation, Trump has got leading in. That's not called yet. So you have leads and called. Leads is like, in India we also have leads, and the result is like called. So Trump is leading in 241. That's up 26 since last time. That's a big, big deal for him at this stage, because we've got leads on 420 out of 538. Harris leading in 179, down 26. But remember that California and the whole West Coast has not yet started coming in, because their counting goes on much later because of the time difference. And yeah, California has 54 seats or electoral college votes, which is very, very crucial. Now let's look at those that are called. Only 277 are called. Called as opposed to be just so leading. Trump is ahead is 178 compared to 99, but he's only down, he's down 2 compared to last time. Now that is very significant. So in the leading, which is not yet called, and things can change as more and more votes get counted, as we saw in North Carolina this morning, first Harris was leading, now Trump is leading. So in the leads, Trump is doing well, but in the call, the results, Trump is not doing that well at the moment. So that's the leads. Let's go now. Now, the key point is the swing states. There are 7 swing states. Well, some say 6, some say 10, but the most commonly used 7. Now, there they are. Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And those are the electoral college votes that each one has. And you can see Pennsylvania, 19 is the largest. Now, who is leading? None of them are called. These are always they can go either way, very volatile. So at the moment, Georgia, Trump is leading. Michigan, Kamala Harris is leading, which is very significant. North Carolina, Trump is leading. And Wisconsin, Trump is leading. And in 2 states, Michigan and Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is leading. The Pennsylvania is a critical state because 19 seats. But she will have to do better than this to actually win the 270. Let's have a look at the Republican states. These are traditionally Republican. They tend never to change hands, but there are 2 states which at the moment the Democrats are leading, in Iowa and Kansas. And if we go further on, there are more states. The rest are all being as predicted red states. But look at Missouri, leading Democrat. New Hampshire, Democrats are leading. These are unusual changes. And of course, if you look here, Utah, we have got no information at the moment, but all these being called, they've always been like this, as predicted These are all red states anyway. Now look at the Democrat states. Blue, 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 but then Maine. Trump is ahead in Maine, which is, okay, a small state, only 4 seats, but that's a change, a major change. You normally don't see these traditional states switching sides. Let's move on a bit and see. Now look at this. There are quite a few changing hands. Minnesota, which some actually called a swing state, and we earlier had it and made it an 8th. And it seems to be the Republicans are flipping that one. New Jersey is staying solidly with the Democrats. New Mexico switching, flipping, and Virginia flipping from Democrat to Republican. And Washington, D.C., solid Democracy. Let's have a look at the individual states that are actually switching, because we'll see how many votes have been counted and whether there's any chance. Is it a very narrow margin, the lead? Let's have a look at, start with the swing states, for example, just coming up. We just come to that. Okay, just taking a second to load because data is coming in. All our data comes from AP, the Associated Press. Now here's our first one. This is a traditionally Republican state. If we can just have a look at that. Here we are. And you can see a Democrat. Last time, if you look 220 below, Republicans had 44.9, 45 rounding up. This time, Democrats are 56.8, 57% in
Can I
Iowa.
say something?
Yeah.
This state has been a Republican state for donkey's years.
Yeah.
Yesterday, 2 days ago, the Des Moines Register
Yeah.
said there is, and everybody said this lady is supposed to be the oracle,
And this
the gold,
is an amazing forecast
It's
by her.
amazing forecast.
Yeah.
But the question, if it happens to Iowa, what happens in Iowa must move westward and eastward. So there would be some impact of that.
Is
You know,
that
this
a
is
unbiased
this is a abortion issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because Iowa had a very bad case
Right.
where, lady had to be transported to a nearby state.
Okay, next one, let's have a look. Kansas, this is also switching. Here we are, data still coming in, is being upgraded. Okay.
Don't you miss our counting day? It's so much simpler when you think about it.
Not really.
Is it?
There's a lot of similarities because we have leads, results. Ours is also, okay, we have whoever wins the most in a constituency. Even if you get 36%, if the other guy gets 35, you win.
You win.
Here it's a state. If you get 47 and they get 46, you win the whole
The
state.
whole state, yeah.
So that is a bit of a difference.
Because of the electoral college vote,
Right.
the popular vote doesn't get fully reflected, and there
Exactly.
have been occasions
Exactly.
when the person who won the popular vote did not win the
Yeah, like
presidency.
Like
Hillary
Hillary
Clinton.
Clinton,
She
yeah.
was
Yeah.
2.1%
So-
ahead in the popular vote and she lost the
You know,
election.
the
last
electoral college was brought in by the founding fathers to prevent against mobocracy, as they believed that, if it was ruled by the majority, it could also be a kind of a mob takeover. But now it's become the tyranny of the electoral college over the popular vote in some sense.
Actually, it's being live debated in the US, and there have been times where the House of Representatives actually voted to abolish the electoral college mechanism, but unfortunately the Senate just let that measure die.
Also, don't forget it requires 2/3 the state to agree.
Right.
And North Dakota
Okay,
is never
we've
going
got
to
a
agree.
brilliant professor, Rajiv Sethi, Columbia professor. Thank you very much, Rajiv. You are in total demand, and to take time off to join us, we're very, very grateful. Now, you're the best person to tell us what's happening. Is it like which way do you feel it's leaning at the moment?
So, first of all, looking at the vote that has come in is not very informative at the moment because different states report in different ways, and some of the vote that you're seeing is the early vote or the absentee vote or the mail vote. So it's not a random sample of the eventual vote. So some of the states that are not swing states, they will almost certainly go back to their usual lean once more of the vote comes in. Now, with regard to the swing states, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia will almost certainly be won by Trump. He has got an extremely high likelihood according to New York Times projections. So this election is really going to come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And those are very close right now in terms of projections. Right now, the New York Times is giving Trump about a 70% chance of winning this election because he just needs one of those three. All those three states are very close, but Harris needs all three of them in order to win. She may also win Nevada, but Nevada has only 6 electoral college votes, as you mentioned.
Yes.
So that's not going to play a decisive role.
Now, one thing you've been very clear about is about betting odds. That's a huge aspect in one of the opinion polls and the converting percentage vote into percentage chance of winning, and then the betting odds. And people are looking at that, and the current betting odds are a bit close to the New York Times that you were mentioning. They're showing that 68% chance of Trump winning. If we can get that graphic on, 68% chance of Trump winning, and Harris only 32. But is that converting betting odds into chance of winning, is that an accurate thing to do?
Well, the New York Times does not look at the betting market. So their prediction about the odds of Trump winning is entirely based on where the vote has come in so far, where it's remaining, how it's going, breaking down by demographics and so on.
Right.
Now, with regard to the betting odds, there are several markets in which these betting odds are determined. Some of them have only non-US participants, so majority non-US participants. That's Polymarket. Yes, Polymarket, which is cryptocurrency based.
Right.
And then you have got markets in the US like Kalshi and Predicted. And all of those are leaning very heavily towards Trump now.
Predicted, how's Predicted doing? Because they were the kind of closest to 51, 49. And Predicted, you can only bet up to $850, right? You can't have a sudden 25. You pointed out, I think the first person to point out that $25 million was betted on Polymarket out of France. And that affected
that's right. It was it was in excess of 30 million now, but
30 million.
That's right. So those kinds of large bets do move the price, and these other markets have these very large bettors. So sometimes the prices move without necessarily responding to information. Whereas in Predicted, because of the limitation, you have a wisdom of crowds effect. A large number of traders are actively involved, and none of them can dominate the market. Because they're forced to have relatively small positions. So I generally think Predicted is quite accurate. But right now, even Predicted is giving Trump a very high likelihood of winning this election.
Okay.
The problem is that yes, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask you, because everyone's saying it's early days, and there are, if I'm just looking at, the swing states in particular, in Georgia, 77% of the votes have been counted, and it's 52 to 47% Trump over Harris. In Michigan, it's only 13% of the votes that have been counted, with giving a slight lead to Kamala Harris. If you could explain to us, in terms of where the counting takes place and how important that is in what is reflected. For example, Kamala Harris expected to do better in cities, among urban voters. Trump expected to do better among rural voters. So where we're getting this data from is also going to be important, isn't it?
That's exactly right. And different states have different localities that report early. So Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia is going to be very heavily for Harris. And if those votes have come in, they are a disproportionate share of the existing tallied votes, then that suggests that the votes that remain to come are going to favor Trump. And that's the case with Pennsylvania right now. It doesn't mean that Harris has no chance of winning Pennsylvania. She has a chance. In fact, the three states that she needs to win, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, are all extremely close. And they were predicted to be close, actually, by all the opinion poll averages and by the statistical models. Everybody knew this election is going to be incredibly close. But although she's extremely close in all three of those states, the difficulty for her right now is that she needs to win all three. She can't afford to lose a single one.
Right. We can also go across to Michael Kugelman, who is the director of the South Asia Institute at the Wilson Center in Washington, D.C. It's a well-known think tank. Michael Kugelman, it's nice to connect with you again after a long time. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you seeing these, early trends and leads playing out, and, the path to the White House?
Yeah, great to be back with you, Nidhi. It's a pleasure. Look, I think that The simple answer to your question is we just have to wait. It's very early. It's clearly going to be a very late night here in the U.S., and it could be another day or so until we have a sense as to who's going to be declared the winner of this election. But as you know, I cover foreign policy more so than domestic policy, and for me, one thing that really stands out is how it's not just domestic issues. It's not just bread and butter issues, not just economic issues that are shaping this election. This is in the U.S., as you know. I mean, typically it is the bread and butter issues that tend to drive voter behavior. But I think in this particular election, because of the developments in the Middle East and the war in Gaza, it's very clear that there's at least one swing state, Michigan, which could be, the outcome in Michigan could be impacted, at least in part, by the Biden administration's actions and policies vis-a-vis its support for Israel and the broader war in Gaza. So, we've had elections where foreign policy issues have been dominant factors. If you go back to, say, the 1968 election, the Vietnam War was a huge part of the election that year. And if you go to the 2004 election more recently, the invasion of Iraq, which had happened just the year before, was a major issue in that election, as well as some of the George W. Bush administration's responses.
Sorry to interrupt. Poll after poll actually showed that, the war in Gaza wasn't necessarily a huge, issue for American voters overall. Are you saying that, however, it could be something that could make a difference in swing states like Michigan, where you have a huge Arab American population which is very upset with the Democrats? And where would their votes go? Would they not come out to vote? What has the turnout been like in these states? I don't imagine that they would necessarily vote for Trump, though he's been wooing them till the very last day. What would happen?
Yeah, that is my very point, that we should not overstate the impact that the war in Gaza would have on voter behavior, but that it is an issue, and in several particular cases, particularly in a swing state like Michigan, where you have sizable communities of Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, and clearly many of these individuals have indicated they're so upset with the Biden administration for its support for Israel that they either don't want to vote for Harris, or they'd be inclined to vote for Trump. It's very difficult to know. I'm not a pollster. It's hard to know exactly what that'll translate to. But I do think that we cannot discount the impact of foreign policy issues, and particularly the Biden administration's policies vis-a-vis the Israel-Gaza war, in terms of how that could impact the final outcome of this election.
Right. The latest polls, Nidhi, show that the Arab Americans in Michigan are leaning 1 percentage points in favor of Trump.
That's what I was saying, that he was actually really aggressively wooing them, and that's quite interesting.
Detroit,
yeah.
There is a large amount of black population, black males whom Trump has been viewing. He's saying, I'll stop imports of cars from America, from China, from Mexico. So he's wooing that population, black male population, which is very strong in Detroit.
I wanted to come to this population breakdown, because it's been fascinating to see how black voters, Latino voters have actually gone more towards Trump in the last election, and maybe this election too. He may have damaged himself with Latino voters with something that was said about Puerto Ricans at one of his rallies. But Professor Sethi, I wanted to ask you about another key demographic, which is women voters, and white women in particular. Hillary Clinton lost that election because white women did not vote for her. And according to polls leading up to this election, more than 50% of American white women said that they would vote for Trump. And now this is despite his very obvious misogyny, his stand on abortion rights. How important is the women vote going to be? And do you think that despite what the opinions polls say, abortion, reproductive rights may actually be the clincher in this election in a different way?
Well, that's what the Iowa poll suggested, the one that you mentioned earlier that came out a few days ago. And certainly there's a big gender gap in terms of the voting in this election. And there has been in the past, but especially so in this election. But the exit polls that I've seen coming out today have not listed abortion within the top 2 or 3 issues even. The economy, democracy, and immigration have been stated by voters as being their primary issues when they've come into the polling booth and responded to the people taking the exit polls. So I think it's definitely a factor, and it's especially a factor in Iowa because Iowa had a very restrictive abortion law that was passed in June of this year that replaced a much more permissive earlier law after the Supreme Court ruling in the Dobbs case, which is attributed to Donald Trump because he appointed the justices that were the majority in that case, or he appointed 3 of them, and so it was thought to be a factor in this election, and I believe it was a factor in this election, but it may not end up being decisive.
Right.
White
Baj, if we can just come to you a second. You've been following, I've never seen anybody follow these elections more closely than you have. It's amazing. You've gone down to county details and everything. At the moment, if you look at the leads at the bottom of the chart, Trump is leading in 252. Leading. Of course, early stages of counting, some of them may switch. But he's got results in 188. But 252 means if those leads turn into results, he needs just 18 more. And we have,
he just needs Pennsylvania. With 19 would take him over the top.
Yeah, but he's trailing quite badly.
I think what should be worrying and for Harris is that she's trailing in both North Carolina and Georgia. She needed one of them to stay to give her a buffer in case the blue wall cracked either in Michigan or in Wisconsin. I want to come back to these exit polls. Actually, there were 2 exit polls that came out today.
Yeah.
One of them was done by ABC and 4 or 5 news channels, and the other is done by AP. The one that was done by the news channels had democracy, economy, abortion, and then immigration in that order. The one that was done by AP had the economy, immigration, 60%, then abortion and climate change and all. Foreign policy, frankly, didn't come up in any of them. And if you see what's happening just now from the early trends that we're getting, it would seem that the AP poll is probably indicating a better sense of what people are feeling because Trump is picking up votes. There are reports, I mean, if you look at a state like Virginia, Trump is doing better in a state like Virginia than Republicans normally do.
In fact, Bart, just to take off on that, is that why Trump has actually had a significant degree of support even among black voters? I mean, not as obviously nothing compared to what Kamala Harris has, but black men, Hispanic men, Latinos. Is it the common thread being immigration and the economy?
Yeah, I think immigration and the economy are very critical. I think with women, as everyone has pointed out, and especially white women who have not voted Democratic for a long time, abortion is an issue. It's a big issue. And ABC that did one of the polls showed that especially women under 35, 30 are almost 45% of them said abortion was the main issue. So I would say jobs and the economy, but I'm not sure those were the only 2 things that are sending black voters there. Is there not a sense that black men don't want a woman president?
That's what Barack Obama, in fact, said when he appealed to black men to come out and vote for Kamala Harris. And that was perhaps indicative that this is a community that wasn't ready for a woman president. And that will be interesting to see if that's how it eventually plays out. Our correspondent Pavni Mittal joins us now from my favorite place, Rockefeller Center, the heart of New York City. Pavni, thanks for joining us. It's going to be a very long night for you and other reporters who've descended on New York and Washington and other cities there. Give us a sense of, how New Yorkers are watching this result and going through it. It's a blue state traditionally. What's the mood there?
Well, it's a lovely November night. It's windy. It's actually not that cold, but the mood is actually the opposite. It's quite chilling over here. There's a lot of anxiety. It's quite palpable. I am, as you said, at Rockefeller Center, and behind me, and you can probably get a sense that there are 2 screens of news channels, so we're getting the live results. A lot of people here a lot of American voters, and I know that because they're wearing their favorite merch. I've seen Make America Great Again caps. I've seen wearing T-shirts saying Harris Wall. So you have a healthy mix. You have a lot of tourists because this is a touristy area. You also have the Rockefeller Rink below, so it's pretty, as I would say, popping at this moment. Now, as far as this, the mood in New York is concerned, now New York City is very blue. It is, cosmopolitan city, of course, white collar people. So it is very blue. New York State is not as blue, but, I think one of the news channels have called New York for Harris. So the state has gone to her, but this is as what has been sort of expected. What's also interesting is that, President Trump has been a lifelong New Yorker till he moved to Florida, and I'm a couple of blocks away from Trump Tower. And there's a lot of security over there, probably because, as a former president, he does get, Secret Service, and there is, concern that there might be violence or there might be, sort of just to make sure things are clean and don't get out of hand. But I saw a lot of Trump supporters there. They were in their trucks, they were wearing their, merch, they had their Trump flags. Not too many, but you have seen pockets of Trump supporters. And I think earlier you mentioned the rally at Madison Square Garden. That's also not very far from here. So that was one day where you saw a lot of Trump supporters swarm a city, which is, has been very,
Pavni, one thing that, thanks very much for joining us. Really great to have you there right in the heart of all the action. One thing that I really was surprised about, talking about Indian votes and who are they voting for, Harris or Trump? And this great study by Carnegie, and I was listening to it, and they'll be joining us later. They show that Indian women are strongly in favor of Kamala Harris, but Indian men are divided. Those that are born in America are voting Trump, and those who are born outside America, in India, and got naturalized, became American citizens, they're voting Harris. So the uncles are doing well as far as Harris is concerned, but the youngsters who are born in America are voting Trump. Why this difference? It really surprised me. Great survey they did, actually. And a lot more details. They'll be joining us later on that.
So demographically speaking, of course, Indian Americans are a very small, sliver of, the electorate, but it's one of the fastest growing groups, as is, Asian Americans in general. And, this is, of course, an exciting election for Indian Americans because you have Kamala Harris. And remember, J.D. Vance, who is the VP pick for Trump, his wife, Usha Vance, is also Indian. So the community is pretty excited either way. Now, the divide you mentioned pretty much mirrors the divide in American society, where you've seen younger women, especially, sworn to Harris, largely because of issues like abortion. But younger men are pretty, are leaning Trump. I think the gap is about 55% Trump to 45% Harris. So that is a sort of mirror. The other interesting thing about Indian Americans is that many of them, are on the coast, so you're like New York and California. So, if they do vote Trump, it doesn't necessarily mean that the vote really counts because these states are reliable.
Traditionally, yeah. I'll just come back to you. We'll just come back to you. I'll just go to Rajiv again. Rajiv, one of the big issues that Trump was constantly using in all his speeches was immigration. There are criminals coming across the border. Basically, once again, in politics, hatred works. Hate somebody and it works. And as Baj was mentioning, in the AP poll, it was quite high up. And he that was his main theme, hatred. Is that a common thing you find across, you study elections all over the world? Does hatred work better than positivity and love and let's be together, sadly?
Well, it's been a theme in a lot of European elections, certainly Latin American elections, getting people to see themselves as insiders in opposition to outsiders does seem to work. But immigration, it's a two-edged sword. It's partly his case is xenophobic. These people have a different culture. They are criminals and so on and so forth. There is that language. But at the same time, he's made a connection with jobs. So with the economy. So his position is that they are taking away jobs that would otherwise be done by Americans and so on, and depressing wages. So So that part of the message has resonated
they're
with people,
also, forget
even those
jobs,
who have
they're
not responded
eating
to the
cats
hatred.
and
So
dogs.
it's a complicated.
Forget
I'm
jobs,
sorry,
they're
yes,
also
exactly.
eating cats and dogs and
Geese.
That
geese.
is correct. That is correct. That is correct. So he has managed to put together a coalition of people, those who are anti-immigrant for xenophobic and cultural reasons, and those who are suspicious of immigrants because they believe that they have a negative impact on their local economies. So, he's managed to appeal to both these groups. So he definitely, there's no shortage of hateful
Two
comments.
of his
There's no
wives
question
are
about that.
immigrants, right?
That's right, and that's absolutely correct. And even many of his supporters, like Elon Musk, is an immigrant from South Africa. And there's some question about the initial legality of their status, also whether or not they were correctly documented when they first entered the country.
Just to
So
continue
there are
from
these
that,
kind of issues.
Professor Sethi, just to continue from that point you made, that xenophobia apart, did people underestimate, in a sense, or analysts underestimate the economic pain that ordinary Americans have been in? Because while President Biden, I think when historians look back, will say, okay, he did manage to create a substantial number of jobs, especially after the pandemic, but inflation really has hit American families very, very hard. Cost of living has been a big issue. And ultimately, is that, in a sense, what has driven this anti-illegal immigration stand that has brought all these different groups together? It's not just, the MAGA Republicans. It is, like I said, black men, it's Hispanic men, it's a very diverse group that's suddenly for whom immigration is a big issue.
That's an excellent point. In fact, so I think that it's not just the appeal to xenophobia that has given leverage on this issue. Joe Biden, about a year ago, he passed an executive order to prohibit people who cross the border illegally from making asylum claims. So one of the problems in the US system, at least from the point of view of much of the electorate, is that anybody can submit a claim for asylum, even if there's no basis for it, and then it has to be adjudicated, and for that period of time, they will be in the country and so on. And so Biden passed this executive order that said, look, if you cross the border illegally, you'll not be eligible for asylum. And the question a lot of people had in their mind was, well, why didn't he do this 3 years ago, and so on. So there's a lot of issues around immigration aside from the xenophobia. I don't want to downplay the hateful language, which is disturbing in the extreme, especially towards the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. You mentioned that.
Right.
But,
as you were saying earlier, it's sort of swinging towards Trump. Now, AP has Trump leading, winning 198, but leading in 300, crossing the 270 mark. Now, they will be 2% counted, 5% counted. So they'll be like North Carolina started with Harris with a huge margin in the early counting, and then it flipped to the other way once more and more votes were counted.
And it's neck and neck in Pennsylvania now, where Harris had a better lead with 44% of the votes counted there.
Right.
It's 49-49.
49-49 in
I
Pennsylvania.
mean, it's like 49.7 for Kamala Harris, 49.4 for Donald Trump.
He's catching up there.
He's catching up.
She was way ahead in Pennsylvania.
It depends on where the
If you want to
votes
know
come
what's going to
from.
happen.
Yeah.
In the bigger cities like Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Prannoy, to the issue of immigration, which
Yes,
you were
please,
discussing,
sorry.
I think there have been 2 or 3 issues, larger issues at work. And one is white anxiety about possible demographic shifts in the United States if there is unstemmed immigration. You saw this at play in Brexit, totally irrational decision for Britain because their economy has taken such a hit after that, but it played into those anxieties. And I think in the US also, this has been the subterranean message on immigration, actually, that this, if allowed unchecked, then there's a question mark in the years ahead over what happens about who gets to dominate the polity and the economy.
But the economy is doing better than it's done in years. It's doing way better than Europe. 2.5% growth rate for a huge economy like that is amazing. But Ruchir has just written that while this Ruchi Sharma, that while the economy has grown much faster and is actually doing very well, but there's the disparity. It's the rich that's really benefited while the poor have not. So that is probably
and it hasn't translated into a feel-good factor. You see, Biden's handling of the economy has been pretty skillful in the sense that there's been steady growth, average 2.3% during his term.
But inflation, I think, was a big issue.
Yes,
Although
but
that's steadied
it's
out
come
as well
down now. He's tamed inflation, but it reached a high of 9% in 2022. Now it's a little like 2.7, 2.9%, so it's manageable. But the cumulative impact that inflation has had on consumer goods, which are everyday necessities, has been high. And it's because of high interest rates that the Fed imposed to handle inflation. Mortgage payments have become very high for the average householder. So these two have really squeezed the middle class and the others.
There's one thing, if I can just say, which ties together questions of immigration and inflation. It is almost a cyclicality in the voter's psyche. So, at the end of 2 terms of President Obama, there was almost a feeling, there was an overwhelming sense of white America needs to reassert itself, white male America even. And that was one of the sort of psychic factors that pushed Trump's, mobilization.
white, uneducated.
Yes,
Exactly.
non-university.
Not college educated.
Exactly.
College degree.
That they've been left behind by this whole, globalization paradigm and all of that.
Real,
And I feel
real income at the bottom of the pyramid is risen faster than inflation. But you don't see the income, you see the price of eggs, you see the price of oil. But real income, even at the bottom of the pyramid, has risen faster than inflation.
See, during Trump's term, they added 6 million jobs in the 3 years prior to the pandemic. Then, of course, there was a sharp fall. During Biden's term, 16 million jobs have been added. But for some reason, as I said, it has not translated into a feel-good factor for the ordinary American.
Is Michael Kugelman, since would like to thank Professor Rajiv Sethi because I know he has to go. Professor Sethi, thank you very much for taking out the time. You'll probably
My
be
pleasure.
up half the night or maybe all night. Thank you.
And we're going to call you back later, so bad luck. You're in trouble.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Since so we were talking about immigration and Indian and how Indian Americans vote. Michael Kugelman, you particularly look at the South Asian community in the US. It's about 2.5 million Indian Americans that are actually eligible to vote in the American elections. I found it fascinating that given that it's such a small group, although financially very influential, that Trump put out a tweet the other day condemning violence against Hindus in Bangladesh.
Right.
And it was a really long tweet, obviously targeting Indian American voters. How did you look at that and why he did that?
Well, I think that it was really a reflection of electoral politics. Essentially, you had some very prominent, influential groups of Indian Americans, or Hindu Americans as they describe themselves, who actually said very publicly that they had essentially advocated for Donald Trump to make the very comments that he did, because, indeed, if you look at those comments that he posted on Truth Social and on X, he wasn't only bringing attention to what he described as the violence being directed at Hindus and other religious minorities in Bangladesh. He was also expressing his support for partnership with India, and he described Narendra Modi as my good friend. So I think that, to be very honest with you, neither Bangladesh nor India would have been very foremost on the mind of Donald Trump during these last few days of the presidential campaign. But I do think that he or his campaign were prompted by this advocacy from key voting constituencies to articulate these comments. And I think it's quite striking that it came just a few days before the election. But you're right, South Asian diaspora communities, particularly the Indian American community in the U.S., have become very significant voting constituencies, even though, as I think you suggested, as a percentage of the entire voting population, it's still fairly small. But I think in the case of the Indian American community, it's become influential politically, not just because of advocacy and all that, but because Indian Americans are so heavily represented in U.S. politics right now. You know, certainly we see that in Congress, and we also see that in the executive branch, and obviously, of course, we now have Kamala Harris, who could well become the first Indian American president.
Although apparently polls said that Indian Americans didn't really care too much about Kamala Harris's Indian roots, Narayan Lakshman, right? It was that they felt she identified more as with her black
Jamaican, yes.
that part of the family. Yeah. By the way, Trump's taken the lead now in Pennsylvania with almost 50% of the votes counted.
That is a huge sign.
Yeah.
That makes it very difficult.
She needed the blue wall to hold.
And she was leading in Pennsylvania in the early count by about 65%. But
yeah, 49% of the votes have been counted. It has 19 electoral college votes. 50.5% lead is Donald Trump, as opposed to 48.5%.
1% ahead.
1.5%, almost 2% actually.
Right. Wow.
That's
that
quite
is
a bit.
Big. So, Baj, your current update on what you think is happening.
I think in Pennsylvania, there's still a lot of blue areas that's still to count, which are quite low. So it still remains a toss-up. I think I raised the point of Virginia earlier. Trump is doing considerably better this time than last time. And I don't think he's going to win Virginia, but it's a statement about how people are voting in this election in states that have been considered democratic. And that's why I'm a bit worried that even Michigan may be something that would go red. So at the moment, I would say Harris's chances of going into the White House seem to be slightly gray or dark.
Well,
Not
according
dark,
to the
but
New
slightly-
York Times, it's 79% chance of winning for Trump at the moment. This could change.
My God. Yeah, New York is called. Let's go back to Pavni. Pavni, as expected, of course, New York is traditionally Democrat, and they've done it again this time. But the whole country doesn't seem to be going that way. In fact, as Nidhi just mentioned, the New York Times is saying nearly 80% chance of Trump winning. So is there a general anxiety, depression all around you?
Well, people are pretty, on edge over here. But as I mentioned, I've heard people clap, but it's very difficult to say who's really clapping and which side is, doing better, because inside, this whole Rockefeller Center area, there's been a mixed bag of people. In fact, there's a truck right here next to me which has, a lot of Trump signage over here. So because, this is quite decently representative of, voters and also a lot of tourists. You have people from around the world, some who do prefer Trump and some who are just excited to be here. It's difficult to sort of get a sense of, where things are going just based on what I'm hearing. But there is a lot of anxiety because, this really comes down to 7 battleground states. So unless and until we get a sense of breakthrough or a clear indication of where either of those are heading, especially North Carolina and Georgia to begin with, it's, no one's really sort of, betting on anyone really winning the presidency, at least right now.
Yeah, you're at Rockefeller Center, not far from Trump Towers, right? Trump Tower.
Not at all, not at all.
And what's happening outside there?
So outside there has been, there have been a lot of Trump supporters who've been there. It's hard for me to tell you right now what's going on because, the police there have been clearing people through the last couple of days. But I have seen, people from outside New York City especially come in. They have, their bands are red, they have the flag, they're wearing those red t-shirts. We've also seen people sort of sell Trump merch. Very interestingly, I saw a man dressed like Donald Trump trying to sort of navigate the traffic as well, and a lot of passersby standing over there. So it's been quite a visual there. There's also increased security. As you know, there is a lot of people are bracing for what could be some sense of violence, some sense of at least protest, depending on who wins. And so there's been a lot of security. In fact, even over here, there are a lot of police cars doing the rounds and security parked around. In fact, I was inside and I was asked to come outside because they said they didn't allow, tripods and cameras inside.
By the way, I think in a sense of what we could see in another Trump presidency is that I was just reading, he's revoked the press credentials of a reporter who wrote an article about the anxiety in his camp on the eve of the election results. She just had her credentials revoked all of a sudden. So that kind of tells you about, how he looks at issues
Look
like
at the
press freedom, etc.
lead so far.
Yeah.
Trump was leading in 300, now he's down to 280. So as more votes get counted, things keep changing.
Interestingly,
Pavni, we'll be coming back to you as more and more results and leads come in.
the New York Times is saying that while Trump is clearly the favorite to win Georgia because 75% of the vote has been counted, there could still be a flip because Atlanta, a big part of Atlanta where Kamala Harris is expected to have done well, that hasn't come in yet. And if she does lose Georgia, which they think she might, then she has to win the other 3 battleground states in the north. It's not impossible, but they point out it's tough.
Fulton County, which is DeKalb County, which form Atlanta, they are both at 70% counting. They are huge counties. Gwinnett is the 3rd big county. These 3 counties have traditionally been Democratic. If they go, but I think the distance is getting wider and wider between the 2 sides. So you really need to win 85-90%. If I can say something about New York, which you said traditionally Republican, why Trump was campaigning in New York is to ensure that he gets more seats in Congress. In 2022, they did very well in New York and in California, relatively. They want to get those seats. If they don't get those seats back in the House, they'll have a problem of majority because the House is very tight. It's only about 25-30 seats that are really in play. So I think that's why he's gone to New York.
Generally, right now, the predictions are that the House could go either way, but it could also go Democratic.
That's right.
And the Senate could flip to the
because
Republicans.
Sherrod Brown, who for years has held out in Ohio against a Republican thing, is trailing in the Senate.
The interesting thing is that the governorship in North Carolina has been called for a Democrat.
Well, that's not surprising. That man made a fool of himself by putting all stuff on a porn
That is normally
website.
not a
There's a comment on this.
disqualification,
Baj?
in American politics.
But given
Across to
that
Baj,
there
just
are
one
so
second.
many-
We're just going across to Baj, who wants to comment on what you
Just
just
to take
said.
off from what Dorab just said
Right.
on the Senate, and I think the Senate is very important because that's where all the appointments take place from, especially to the Supreme Court, where they already have a majority. So Ohio, which he mentioned, is clearly going Republican. So that's one loss. They've already lost West Virginia, and there's another state, Montana, where they haven't started counting as yet. I don't think they've closed voting. That also is likely to flip. So they'll be down 3 seats. So it could be a 52-48 Senate, in which case the Democrats will have a very difficult time managing stopping appointments of people that they don't like or feel are too
So we could soon
right-wing.
see a Supreme Court with
Even more.
Republican.
I just want to ask, so some states like Florida and Ohio have been in play in the past, in previous elections. It's almost as if Democrats have started with a sort of, disadvantage to begin with when in this election cycle, they already belong to the Republicans. It's kind of
Actually,
it's
Trump's
changed the
done
game.
even better in Florida this time
Yes.
than he did in the last
Overwhelmingly.
last 2. Yeah, for the Republicans, I mean, they've actually done much, much better in Florida.
in
which
terms
is
of vote
interesting.
share.
Yes.
There's also a referendum in Florida on abortion. One would have thought that would have brought out more women.
Where's Florida?
And
Last time the Republicans got 51%, this time 56%, and 96% counted.
It's
So they've done even
interesting
better.
that after the Civil War in the US, the South had turned Democratic because it was Republican Abraham Lincoln from the North who pushed the abolition of slavery. But
Gone the other way.
now it's flipped and it's completely the other
in the
way.
1980s, they all became Democrats,
I
and
think
Republicans suddenly.
Other way around, yeah.
So you've had these
Cyclical.
cyclical flips in the politics of
Happens
states.
in India too.
Yes.
But, so at the moment it looks, again, what everybody's saying, Trump is ahead. If we look at some of the individual You just see, look at Ohio there, 17. Trump up 2% since last time. If we go from state to state, you'll see generally Republican votes are up. This is Georgia 48.5 to 49.5 to 51.9, again up 2%. Generally a 2% swing, a uniform swing. Here it's about this, here 41.9 to 43.3, again just over 1.5, and Democrats are down by 1%. This is Connecticut, Republicans up again 4%. So there's generally a uniform upward trend.
He's changing a rule. His rule was that he has a high floor and a low ceiling. Now he's raising the ceiling.
Right.
People said, so his ceiling is going up.
Illinois also 4% up. Here up 2%. Every state Republican vote percentage is up so far.
In the swing states, I'm just looking, Arizona has now counted about 48% of its votes, and Kamala Harris has just a 1-point lead over Trump there right now. So this could really, I mean, it's really close. Wisconsin is 49 to 48, Trump, Kamala Harris. So, and that's about 47% of votes counted. So there's quite a way to go in some of these swing states.
Yes.
And Nevada hasn't even started
Let's have a look
counting.
at actually the whole table of swing states and see what's happening, and then the Republican and Democrat states. We just have one view of them. Here are the swing states. So there they are, 7 of them. You can see 2 of them at the moment leading the Democrats, but the other 4 are Republicans leading, and 1 we don't have any
Well, Nevada
information
hasn't
on
started
Nevada.
counting yet. No.
Arizona is Fulton County, which has 60% of the population, is only 54% counted.
Right. Let's go to the Democrat or the Republican states and see what's happening there. So here are the Republican states. You can see they're more or less leading or called in all of
But
them.
they're leading
No
in Iowa and
switch.
Kansas now.
Carry on going down.
Do you see Iowa and Kansas?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're leading again.
That's their traditional.
Yeah.
There's only one, New Hampshire, with only 4 seats, which is the Democrats are leading. And here again, so basically the Republican states are sticking solidly, holding onto all their states. Out of the 25, only 1 with 4 seats. But here the Democrat states, you can see Maine, again only
flip.
4 seats, that the Republicans are leading. Here Minnesota, 10, the Republicans are leading. So the solid walls are more or less sticking to the expected pattern. It's the swing states where it's 4-2 in favor of the Republicans at the moment.
If we just take a small step back in terms of what the leaders have been saying, the 2 candidates, it's almost as if you look at, for example, Georgia and North Carolina, these are respectively states that have a strong Black as well as Latino population. And polls suggest that they care about overarching issues like, immigration and employment. And one really therefore has to ask, has Kamala Harris's campaign been more about continuing with the Biden administration in a sense, which almost triggers a sense of concern over how are you going to help us?
Was she not able to shake that off? Because
Exactly.
that was a huge controversy, wasn't it, during the
Her
campaign?
legacy.
She was asked on a US TV show about whether she would have done something differently in the Biden administration, and she said, I can't think of anything. And Trump seized on that. People didn't like that. And she tried to distance herself from Biden later, but it turned out to be a bit difficult.
Yeah,
wasn't
they're
it?
saying Biden is a headwind. So it's not her fault, it's Biden's fault. Basically. Yeah.
Also, the population of states like Georgia, America as a whole is moving southwards. The population of Georgia has gone up 2.5 million since the last census, and a lot of them are Asians. Obviously, as companies move because of better tax advantages, no personal income tax in Texas. So there is a movement southward. The question is, one didn't know whether it was the Republican voters who were moving or Democratic, and it appears is the guys who've gone there are more Republican than Democratic.
Well, if they've gone there for purposes of paying less taxes, they're bound to be Republican.
Yeah, exactly.
But
It's almost as if there's a parallel to some things we've seen in India where, the BJP has in some ways tried to unify under the Hindu nationalist umbrella. which cuts across the caste and more narrow identity politics divisions. But similarly in the US, instead of appealing to specific cohorts like black men, Latino men, and so on, this is Trump seems to be trying to bring everybody under his immigration umbrella and his jobs umbrella.
Just take a moment to look at what a Trump presidency might mean for the world, because the whole world is watching this so closely. Michael Kugelman, there are so many different flashpoints in the world right now. You have the Middle East, you have Russia, Ukraine, South Asia, of course, with India, China, Pakistan. Now, traditionally, there's been a sense that, at least as far as India is concerned, and Ambassador Meera Shankar can talk about this as well, there would be a certain continuity from administration to administration, that Biden invested a lot in the relationship with India vis-a-vis China, the Quad, etc. Do you agree with that view? Is it going to matter who is the President of the United States to India?
Well, yes and no. I think that we can all agree that no matter who wins, the U.S.-India relationship and its trajectory will remain quite good, quite stable, quite strong, quite positive. You look at how the U.S.-India relationship has evolved over the last few decades. It's seen exponential growth, and that's happened over a period where you had multiple Republican and Democratic administrations in office here in the U.S. And indeed, the Trump administration brought the relationship very far by revitalizing the Quad, among other things. But you look at over the last few years, I'd argue that during the Biden administration, we've seen a number of new spaces emerge in this relationship that have become quite strong, whether you're talking about tech cooperation, clean energy cooperation, and so on. So I don't think it matters. This relationship is a good place, and you have a lot of bipartisan support around the idea that India is a strategic partner and needs to continue to be one in efforts to counter China. However, there will be very different approaches. I mean, we know that Harris and Trump have very different worldviews, and that, I think, will play out in the context of India as well. I think that those two issues that I just mentioned, clean energy, climate change, as well as tech, those have been priorities for the relationship in the Biden administration's era, but I don't think a President Trump would necessarily want climate change and clean energy cooperation to be a core pillar of cooperation with India. And I think there could be some changes in tension points. Russia, the issue of Russia has been a minefield for U.S.-India relations over the last few years, especially since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But we know that Trump's position on Russia tends to be a bit more restrained than what we've seen from the Biden administration, what we would likely see from Kamala Harris. I don't think if Trump comes back to the White House.
I think Michael's.
I think we just lost that.
While he loves Mr. Modi, India's tariffs are very high. He said that again and again.
Look,
so when the tariff hit comes, we'll get it too.
There could be much greater trade friction under a Trump administration, because he said that he's going to impose a 10 to 20% tariff across the board on all imports into the United States from all countries, and perhaps 50 to 60% tariffs on imports from China. Whether this is implemented or if it's implemented selectively, I think is something we'll have to wait and see. So clearly there could be trade frictions. Even during his last term, I think he withdrew GSP for Indian exports to the US. He imposed tariffs on steel and aluminium exports from India unilaterally. Then 2 years later, we reciprocated, to an equivalent amount. Then he tightened up the whole H-1B visa process, making it much more difficult for our companies to send people into the US in pursuit of fulfillment of contracts. And he went to the WTO to withdraw India's developing country status. And now, of course, he's called India the tariff king. So you can
he's not necessarily a great friend of India in that sense.
Expect some turbulence ahead.
But on the other side, you also have to ask, about his personal chemistry with Prime Minister Modi, as well as the fact that traditionally Republicans, obviously, they less maybe focused on the human rights questions within domestic politics of India.
Politically interfering on issues of human rights and democracy, though the Biden administration tried to tread very cautiously
I was
on
going
this
to say
issue.
that the Biden
Yeah.
administration, frankly, on human rights, I mean, they didn't really make a big noise. Yeah.
They probably had private conversations,
Yeah, but nothing public.
in public they were very, very cautious on this issue, and they made it quite clear that their priority
Right.
was the strategic relationship with India, not this issue.
Alex Trevelli of the New York Times joins us. Thanks
you
very
very much
much
for joining
for
us.
coming
Thank
in,
you. Thank you.
Alex. We're talking about a subject that's close to your heart, the India-US trade relationship, the potential minefields that we could see if Trump is back in the White House. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, very much as your other panelists do. Turbulent is a very safe way to describe the result of another Trump White House in terms of trade relations for India and for every other trading partner. Chaotic might be another way to say it. A more charitable one even, or optimistic from the American point of view, is dynamic. I think that while broad across-the-board tariffs are promised and would be likely to be imposed, a lot of unintended consequences tend to come with those. You mentioned, Nidhi, the Harley-Davidson fixation that Mr. Trump has when it comes to India. He mentions Harley-Davidson whenever India is mentioned. And that was true during most of his presidency and most years since then. It's instructive, I think. I've been trying to process this story this week as we anticipate exactly these questions. It's instructive, I think, to look at Harley-Davidson's experience in Europe during the Trump administration. This very dramatic little trade war escalated after Harley-Davidson had become this peculiar bugbear for Trump in India. And what happened from a trade economist's point of view is not surprising at all. The steel and aluminum tariffs that were imposed on European goods met with a retaliation. As it happens, Europe is a big, in fact, at the time, only growing market for Harley-Davidson. So Harley-Davidson did what it needed to do to avoid the retaliation. It started building Harleys in Europe, which outraged Trump, as if no one might have imagined this. And, you know, that's not usually the look that a trade negotiator goes for. But on the other hand, what they call transactional nature of the Trump administration's approach to trade relations means that those things can be very easily changed.
So one thing, Alex, which I think we'd love to hear from you. Many of us admire America, its cutting edge technology, the people, they won more Nobel Prizes than the rest of the world put together. And they vote for Trump, who has said all kinds of bizarre things, has no effect on, he can say anything he wants to. And so that sort of seems to contradict one's view of America.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I see what you mean, and I think that a lot of Americans have the same experience of it. A very important thing, we don't see it yet on the electoral map that we're watching right now, but you know that under Trump's ascendancy in American politics, there's been a big realignment away from the regionality that had emerged since the 60s in particular, and also away from strictly class and race-based demographics. Whereas education is now the biggest determinant. Not to say that there aren't very educated supporters among Mr. Trump's voters.
Education and gender.
Yes. Gender wasn't so important before. There was always a bit of a lean, but now it's enormous.
Because of the abortion issue.
Even before abortion.
Before that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
In 2016, that was also very striking.
Right.
So you have, among the different education brackets, you have a very strong realignment. In particular, it's not so much low education or low information. Those terms sometimes get applied to the Trump support base, but I've always been struck that it's the some college category, which is to say Americans who've attended done some undergrad work, not taken a bachelor's degree. Right. It's a very, very large proportion of the population. It's very strongly Republican, cutting across all other lines since Trump became the face.
The point you made, I'll just show you a graphic to that effect. Actually, all the states we're looking at, there's a uniformity. Americans don't talk about uniform swing like the British and the Indians do, the uniform swing. This time, there seems to be a uniform. Every single state, the Republican vote has gone up by 2%, 1%, 3%, every state. And we'll come to where that's had the biggest impact. For example, Let's have a look at leading. Look at this now. In the swing states, because the margins are low there, a small increase in votes means the Democrats are losing 56 seats. And they're even losing 10 of their own traditional, while the Republicans, they're not gaining any. Look at the Republican Trump. Swing states up 56 compared to Harris down 56. And he's gaining, these are still leads, not final results, not called. So 66 basically, 56 and 10 of the traditional Republican states. Traditional Democrat states that the Republicans are taking over. If we go through that again, of top line.
10 is Wisconsin, that's where the 10 comes.
Yeah. Swing states, 15 to 72, that's a gain of 56 for Trump. Why is he gaining so many there? Swing states, the margins of victory previous were very low. So a small 2% swing, you can get a lot more states. Traditional Democrat, they're holding on to most of it, Harris, 134. But even one, as you mentioned, is going, and Republicans are holding on to every single one of their traditional Republican states. So this uniform swing of 2%, 3% to Trump is now happening across every state.
I guess, Alex, I'm wondering what you said about some college graduates. Is it related to jobs? Because maybe you would surmise that people who don't maybe have an advanced degree of some sort struggle more in the job market. Is that the psyche in terms of what Trump has been campaigning on, or what's driving them?
I don't dare to speculate, but I would point out that the unemployment rate is so low that it's really not a jobs-driven election. And this has been the case, barring the disruption due to COVID, for all of these years that we're watching Trump. So the various things that are driving voters, job security or getting a job doesn't tend to be one. Immigration obviously touches on jobs issues, but in a way that's very unclear. Only at rallies do people say that immigrants are taking our jobs. It's not borne out well in the numbers.
Eating your cats and dogs.
And even eating children, their own children.
If they're going to be eating your cats, there's no stopping them eating your jobs. But whether it's that, whether it's the immigration issue or inflation, it seems like we haven't found the language for it yet. But the realignment now is between sort of social layers, the kind that hadn't been looked at before. The sum college education is a very, very strong one for
men
Christians.
with some college education more than anything else?
Well, men
Because
obviously more
Scott
so.
Galloway says that the men are really in a state of decline vis-a-vis women in terms of education, opportunities in every way.
It does seem. I've read that it's it's not so much the resentful Americans as those who anticipate being resentful, who are most activated by this. I mean, your median Trump voter is a higher income voter than your median Democratic voter in these past two elections. That's probably still the case.
One thing we haven't spoken about is the gender factor in terms of Kamala Harris, woman president. How much do you think that's playing on the minds? I mean, when Barack Obama came and said that black men need to go out and support her, there was a sense that maybe they're not, they're hesitant to vote for a woman. Is that still a factor in the US somewhere?
It must be, but it's very hard to see in the numbers. What was most striking to me about this very abbreviated campaign that Kamala Harris ran as presidential candidate, is how rarely, almost never, did she campaign as the possible first woman president. Now, if at the end of all of this counting, it turns out that she's become just that, I'm sure we'll be talking about nothing else from that moment on for days to come. But contrast that to Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016, where her being a woman, possibly the first woman president, was the most significant part of the platform. It reminds me more of this Kamala campaign of the one that Barack Obama ran in 2008. He didn't have to say, I would be the first black president. Everyone understood it. And it went quietly until the moment he won, after which everyone erupted in joy at that distinction.
Right.
We have Puneet Ahluwalia, who is a political and business strategist for the Republican Party, joining us live from the US state of Virginia. Now we also have Dr. C. Rajamohan joining us from Singapore. He's, of course, one of India's foremost analysts on foreign policy and strategy. Thank you very much to both of you.
And the person who really worked on the world this week many years ago. Remember that?
That's the most important thing.
Most important. Everything else is irrelevant. Yeah.
Well, Puneet Ahluwalia, you seem to be quite, you seem to be smiling. Are the Republicans in a happy place at the moment, or is it still too close to call?
I think it was the love fest for President Trump that I was hearing that made me smile. Yes, we are optimistic and we feel strong. I think we see the path to victory, unlike what Kamala Harris is trying to achieve or the Vice President is trying to achieve. It's looking tougher. And I believe President Trump was a tenacious campaigner. He was voting on issues. And I think people could see the difference under his leadership and Biden's leadership. And of course, the anointed candidate for the Democratic Party, which was Kamala Harris, without any votes, she was anointed. So I believe people can see the difference and feel the pain. And that's the reason they wanted to vote for someone they felt would be better for the country. And we've seen the Democratic policies miserably failed under President Biden. Look at the economy, look at the inflation, the immigration crisis that we have. I was hearing about the issue, gender issue to us is defining that issue in schools. That has mattered to a lot of Asian Americans, a lot of Muslim Americans. That's the reason you've seen in Loudoun County or in Michigan, the Arab American vote not only moving towards the Republicans, but also kind of defranchised with the Democratic rhetoric. So a lot of issues that have come into play in this campaign.
How do you see the fact that a lot of Mr. Trump's, I don't know how to put this, utterances, whether it's on women, on minorities, immigrants, I mean, to be frank, it has been called out as misogynist, racist, often hateful. He has even been criminally charged. And how come that hasn't played and weighed on the minds of Americans, if I may ask?
Well, first thing is it's the pocketbook that matters to the Americans. That's one thing. They know how he is. They're tone deaf to his comments. But more importantly, there was a lot of negativity that came from the biased media, especially on the left side. And also starting from Biden, let's make him a target, calling him a face fascist and a racist. And if you see, the Democratic Party has now become the party of the elitists. Look at the Oprah Winfreys of the world and Ricky Martin and everyone coming out and promoting for Kamala Harris. But whereas the hard-working labor, even the unions kind of broke away from Kamala Harris in Michigan. So there is a big shift in the blue wall. It's a big shift in the American society. And it's just not the illiterate or the not going college, hardworking Americans, to be precise, hardworking middle Americans who are really excited about President Trump. But there are a lot of educated Indian Americans, a lot of educated Hispanics, a lot of Black Americans who are voting. And that's what we're seeing in Wisconsin, this shift. So I think when you put a box around a candidate, there are all these people who are not really sophisticated voters. I think we Americans are very sophisticated. We know better of what's going on and what's impacting our pocketbook.
Well, I think you kind of summed it up well when you said it's the pocketbook that matters, and obviously everything else perhaps doesn't. And I have to say, a lot of the world is watching this with a certain degree of bewilderment. Dr. Rajamohan, you're sitting there in Singapore. Would you agree with Mr. Ahluwalia there that ultimately it was the economy stupid?
Yeah, I think economy, especially inflation, was a central issue on which Mr. Trump campaigned, that the prices of essential commodities that average Americans buy from the supermarket has dramatically gone up. I think inflation was a consequence of the massive spending by the Biden administration, both on industrial policy and a range of other initiatives. So I think inflation was certainly a big issue which touched the pocketbook of the ordinary people. But I think there is a deeper one, which I agree with Mr. Ahluwalia. The resentment against elites who have, sought to impose certain set of cultural values the woke ideology, which kind of was sought to be legitimized under Biden administration, that I think affects a lot of people. If you're a parent and you go to school and you're told boys will participate in girls' games or that they have to use the same bathrooms, this level of imposition of a particular ideology, I think, has woken up. I think a lot of people. I think they feel really upset with the elites and the attempt by liberals to impose their ideology on the rest of the society. I just want to add one thing. I think there is a problem in India where we look at these elections. Our ideas of Trump are unfortunately filtered by the liberal media. That when we say Trump, is a dictator, he was charged. If you ask the Republicans, they'll tell you that it was actually Trump was being framed. That actually the New York courts, the Democratic administration went out of the way to fix Trump. So I don't think we should take what is said in the liberal media, especially the New York Times and the Washington Post and the CNN, as a truth. And I think they don't reflect a large part of the opinion within the United States. And I think we need to see America for what it is and their internal debates rather than making judgments on the basis of how we filter our perceptions of what's happening. It was easy to call Trump a dictator. He's going to lock up his opponents. But that's exactly what the Democrats have did to Trump.
But we
so it's
saw how
amazing
he behaved
that
on January 6th. I mean, it's his own words, his own actions. He refused to accept the results of the last election.
Wasn't that shocking, not accepting the results?
Exactly.
I mean, it really questioned the whole of
things,
yeah.
even the Ukraine case, where he's
No,
threatened to
and
withhold
rape,
funding unless we
and
found
rape
evidence.
and molestation and all that. I don't think it's a Democrat.
You have his own
Let me just bring
words.
in.
So I don't think, Raj, it's just a question of the liberal media. It's a question of what
It's the
Mr.
courts
Trump
also that have
himself
decided, yeah.
says and
Okay,
does.
let me just bring in one of the most brilliant economists I've known, Arvind Subramaniam, joining us from Washington. Arvind, you're in a bit of a problem. You're an economist, and the economy in America is doing very well. It didn't matter to the voters. So why don't you just retire now and become you sing well. What?
Anchor become
True,
news
no,
anchor.
no.
Leave this dismal science.
Right.
Yes, it is a bit of a puzzle because I think apart from the inflation issue that others have mentioned, which somehow seems to have stuck in people's minds that inflation was much worse under Biden than under the Trump administration. And it was true for a long time, but then in the last 6 months, inflation has come down. Now it's almost at 2%. But I think the distinction people are making is between inflation and the price level. And as Raj said, the prices of certain commodities that people consume quite a lot, groceries, petrol, whatever, that level still seems to be very high for people, and that's gone against Kamala Harris. But I think the odd thing, of course, is that on almost every other measure that you might think of, including inflation, the American economy is the envy of the world.
Exactly.
Record low unemployment, record high employment, especially compared to Europe and China. I mean, this is an economy that's doing exceptionally well in relative terms. Even wages at the lower end of the spectrum have grown much more rapidly than in the past. And so the only kind of legit, genuinely kind of black spot on the economy is the level of the deficit, which is very high, which worries people a lot. But there, of course, the irony is that I think we've been talking about Trump's economic policies, and we'll come to that and the impact on India. But the one that I think jumps out is what he plans to do on tax cuts. And if he does that, markets are pricing in very high levels of deficit and debts, for years down the road, and hence very high interest rates. And that's why, in the last few minutes or the last half an hour, the dollar has strengthened because the markets are betting that Trump will win. Interest rates will go up because of the tax cuts and the deficits, and so the dollar will strengthen. So So really on the economy, apart from inflation, I think that Mr. Trump's policies are kind of highly problematic, as it were.
Most economists have said that both Kamala's plan and Trump's economic plan will push up the deficit, but Trump by a higher order of magnitude.
But at the same time, Republicans and Democrats always come together to raise the debt ceiling. They always do this annual drama of the government is shutting down, and then there's a negotiator.
Arvind, if I can just ask you then, even inflation, as you mentioned, down to 2%, and you kick a government out for prices are too high because of the level, but you brought it down to 2%. So what is an economist doing? And what really worked? What was at work in this election, do you feel?
I think kind of both the previous Raj and others put their finger. I think this is a lot about identity and the sense that there is an elite out there which condescends upon us, and so that sense of feeling condescended upon by people, working class people in the middle. And the big wedge that's opened up is between the educated and the relatively less educated, and that swing towards the Republicans and Trump has probably been aggravated in this. So that's one big thing: identity and the feeling of being left out, outsider, condescended by the coastal elites. That's one. And the second big thing in this election seems to be, and the interesting thing, of course, is that even Indian Americans, more and more young male Indian Americans have moved towards Trump. So I think that, and that's been true across the board. Hispanic men, African American men, Indian American men are all moving towards Trump to a greater degree than before. So it has become a kind of identity and kind of a gender issue, as it were, that has, decisively
Let me
moved
just
towards
give
Trump.
you, Arvind, I'll give you some data on exactly what you're saying. This is by the Carnegie Survey of Indians. Female Indians born in America, 68% for Kamala Harris. Naturalized, born outside America but naturalized, 67% for Kamala Harris. So 2/3 of Indian women voted for Kamala Harris. As far as men are concerned, born in India and naturalized later, 67% voted for Kamala Harris. Younger Americans born in America, 40% for Kamala Harris, and more than 50% for Trump. So uncles and aunties are fine, they're voting for Kamala Harris, but the youngsters like you were voting for Trump.
True across the board, Prannoy. It's true for Hispanic men, it's true for African American men. So it really seems like there is a kind of a deep gender issue which needs to be unpacked. I have my theories on it, but I think it needs to be unpacked. So the identity, so I think the calculation is broadly, Trump is kind of one of us, part of, not part of the elite, anti-establishment, also, panders to this kind of male, the whole male discomfort with the rise of women, which he seems to articulate. And then they say,
have a macho culture as well. So that makes it difficult for them to accept women.
Yeah, I don't want to go down that route in terms of, ascribing cultural traits and things, but I do think that this whole gender issue has become quite salient. And then they say, on the economy, they say he didn't do a bad job, regardless whether you think, Biden has done a better job or thing. They say, stock market was booming under him, things were doing okay. So he's not a bad manager of the economy as well. And then if you add on all the other identity issues we've spoken about, that probably is the overall calculation.
Mr. Subramaniam, do you see this as part of a wider trend, especially when you spoke about, that this being essentially maybe a reflection of how the liberals or the elites have been condescending, etc. Is this a wider trend you see in other parts of the world, with some exceptions? If you look at Europe also, the rise of the far right, in France, I mean, they didn't quite grab power, but, they've substantially increased their presence there. In Germany, I mean, imagine Germany of all places, again, you're seeing, the far right making such big gains, and other parts of Europe too. So is this a wider international trend in a sense, and perhaps not so far from our own home?
That's a great point, because I think the third thing which I should have mentioned, which you've touched upon, and I'll come to that in just a second, is the whole immigration issue has worked unambiguously in favor of Donald Trump. The sense that all these people are coming through the border. Although the border crossings initially went up under Biden, but they've come down now. But the sense is that the Democrats are always very ambivalent on immigration, and that's been very strongly working in Trump's favor. Which brings me to your question, because there are two aspects of this which are more global in nature. One is the whole, the elite phenomenon. Thomas Piketty has documented that, the gap between the educated and the less educated, the reversal that's happened, that in the past, the more educated used to vote for the right, but now they move to the left, and the working class has moved to the right. That's a global phenomenon. And the other slightly global phenomenon in Europe as well, which is the feeling that immigration has gotten out of hand. And so the rise of the far right in Europe, across the board, Austria, the Netherlands, France, Spain, and other
So Arvind,
countries.
I don't know if have you read that book, The Revenge of Power, where it's very, very beautiful. It's an excellent book where they talk about autocracies and dictators coming in through voting, through legitimate means, no longer coups and army coming out. They get voted in everywhere, and then once they come in, then they do terrible things to the legal system, to the media, to all kinds of things. The beautifully documented book, Revenge of Power. So is that a trend we are seeing? Dictators coming in through legitimate democratic means and then turning it around?
Well, we've seen them coming to power, but turning it around, eliminating all the checks and institutional checks and balances. I mean, that kind of remains to be seen. Certainly what happened on January 6th and what Trump is threatening to do could take us in that direction. But that's something we'll have to wait and see whether, because I still think that the checks and balances in the United States and in some parts of Europe are still relatively strong, unlike in many parts of the developing world. But we'll have to wait and see. I think this Trump administration will be a great test of that, because of all the things that
I think that's a very good point, that even if a quasi-dictator comes in, I'm not saying Trump is, but if there comes in, the existing checks and balances in America are outstanding, except for the Supreme Court, of course, but everywhere else.
Say outstanding. Right, outstanding is too strong a word, but I think
not outstanding, but we've just seen what happened with Bezos. That was a bit disappointing that the Washington Post for the first time did not endorse somebody, but it's obviously a good financial decision.
If I could just ask
please.
about this. So do you maybe think that the psychology is more about the feeling that Trump has an unfinished agenda, and the voters are literally giving him a second chance to complete whatever he began with the Supreme Court?
First chance when the pandemic hit them, he said you should drink sanitizer, if it cleans you outside, it can clean you inside.
A lot of people think it's bizarre.
Because they reported the comments as
it's like they're giving him a second chance because for some reason the Democrats mobilized and
for us to drink sanitizer.
Yeah, maybe people want that, so.
Okay, just one quick look, Arvind, at the equation at the moment, and it's really rather telling. If you look at what the current situation, what is needed to get to that 270 mark. These are the cold seats that are cold. We've got 323 that are cold. Trump is winning 210. Kamala Harris 113. They need to win. Trump needs 60 out of the balance 215, while Kamala Harris needs 157 out of the balance 215. So the strike rate that Trump needs is only 27%. He has to win 27% of the remaining seats, while Kamala Harris has to win 73% of the remaining seats just to cross the 270 mark. Alex? So it looks pretty well.
I'm just watching my colleagues, the New York Times version of the same. I think that it can be easily summarized this way, relatively easy. If Kamala is to win, she would really need to hold the so-called blue wall, Pennsylvania. We need to watch Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. All of which Trump has a serious chance of winning. If he should take any of those, I don't really see a path to the 270 for the Democrats. Meanwhile, Trump is ahead in the other swing states that we're really watching with much apprehension: Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia. Let those go to him. Then all of our attention will probably be on these Great Lakes states.
In fact, your newspaper currently gives him an 87% chance of winning the presidency based on whatever leads and results we have so far.
Yeah, I think that's gone up from 77 over the past hour.
Exactly.
That's the needle. It does funny things, though. I mean, historically, the needle will end up on the side of whoever wins, but it might make some wild swings. I remember the timeline not so well, but during the Biden-Trump election, it swung to both sides of the 50% mark several times before we really knew.
But actually, this has pretty much stayed on Trump's side for the last 2-3 hours. Dr. Raja Mohan wants to come back.
In every state, as Prannoy said, Trump is moving up. 2%, 3%. So, his high ceiling, he's now going to crash the ceiling and probably hit 50%. The Republican hasn't hit in 20 odd years.
No, may not hit 50, but it'll be
47, 46 was high floor.
From 46 to 48 or 49, he could go to. But the key point is David Butler's theory of uniform swing is happening to America. You're becoming British. Be careful.
Dr. Raja Mohan, you wanted to come in. Please go ahead.
In fact, I think the US has become so toxic in a way that we tend to, we got to factor that in assessing the general opinions that have come. But what I wanted to come in was on the immigration issue. There's been a great inversion. Democrats were historically against immigration because that would bring down wages. The working class was opposed to getting outsiders. Today, it is the Republican Party that is speaking for the working people, saying that, look, the whole strategy of insourcing labor and outsourcing production has dramatically affected the works of the working people. And I think that's where the battle in the so-called Rust Belt or the Blue Wall has unfolded in the last 2 elections. So I think the fundamental changes in the way the two political parties approach both the border question, the immigration question, the free trade question, all those have changed dramatically. So for us, I think we got to see this structural change in the US politics, which really on immigration, on free trade, on globalization, Republicans were pro until 10 years ago. Today they're anti. And I think that's going to have a big effect on the policies of the next administration. And finally, I would say at this point, a blowout in favor of Trump.
He's aligned with the Republican Party. On the specific question of Indian Americans and how they are voting, Trump cracked down on H-1B visas, which gave Indian techies in particular a shot at living and working in the United States. He's going to impose big tariffs. He attacks India for being the tariff king. And of course, so many Indian Americans who are there because they're immigrants to the United States. So how does this make sense? Those who are voting in bigger numbers. I want to ask both you and Puneet Ahluwalia first, and then if Dr. Raja Mohan, you could also weigh in on that. Mr. Ahluwalia.
You see, I'm a proud Indian American, but first I'm an American. And that's how it is when you see from your own nation, from your own country's perspective. And that's the reason that Raja Mohan said very thoughtfully and said that why has this change happened? Why have the Republicans become the representative of white or blue collar workers? Why have they taken on against Liz Cheney, because her father was big war hawk. And President Trump has been more about peace through strength strategy. And why have we been speaking about jobs and economy and taking on the hardworking American, the middle class folks? That used to be all the Democratic Party, which we have become. We were supposedly the party of the rich, which now the Democratic Party has become. So there's been a shift, and that shift came because of President Trump, because he chose to talk about issues that mattered to the people who were in middle America, who lost their jobs as they were outsourced to China and other nations. And that's the reason he wants to bring manufacturing back. He wants to bring back rule of law, which has been completely obscured under the Democratic leadership. Defunding the police was one of their challenges.
As you said, you're an American first, but you were an immigrant before that. That's how you became the American first.
I'm a proud American. That's the reason. Yes, and that's the reason when I think of American jobs, because now I'm a part and parcel of this American dream.
Right. Mr. Arvind Subramaniam wanted to come in on that particular point. Mr. Subramaniam, how do you explain, I don't know how it's panned out in the results, but all polls indicated that Indian Americans would still largely go with the Democrats, but a greater number would vote for Trump this time.
I don't have big insights on this. To me, the striking part was how the young Indian American men have also moved, which is part of a broader trend. But I want to say just a couple of things on the structural shift that Raj spoke about. See, we focus a lot on the structural shifts that have led to a divergence in the positions of the two parties. But there's also been a structural shift in terms of convergence of views on for both parties on two of the major issues of our time, trade and China. On that, the Republicans and Democrats, Trump and Biden, are closer to each other than the two parties ever used to be. And this remarkable bipartisan consensus on being anti-trade, anti-globalization, and anti-China is another big structural shift that happened. Now, the last point I want to make on the trade and how it affects India, it's something that your panelists have spoken about, but there's one very important dimension that affects India that's been overlooked. I think Trump is going to be transactional, he's going to be erratic, etc., etc. But while he's threatening to raise tariffs across the board to some extent, he's threatening to raise tariffs against China much, much more. Now, the dirty secret of that is an action like that can actually benefit India. So while he's going to talk about the Harley Davidson in India being a tariff king and all of that, any big trade action that he takes against China could benefit India, especially in the context of the China Plus One opportunity. I know, for example, one of the world's biggest manufacturers of solar panels, not using silicon, an American company, set up shop in India precisely because of the tariffs against China. So I think this is one very important dimension of the Trump trade actions, which could be beneficial for India, especially in terms of India developing its long-term manufacturing, which I think we should all keep in mind.
Mr. Subramaniam, thank you very much for being with us this morning, our time. I know it's really late at night, your time. Hopefully we'll see you again in a few hours. We'll let you sleep maybe a little bit. See you,
only a little bit.
Only a little bit. We'll try and see you later again. And I think a lot of the points you raised, we would like to discuss that with the panel as well. But I'd just like to go across to Nicole Holler, the Deputy Spokesperson of the US Embassy here in Delhi. And Ms. Holler, thank you for being with us. You're a diplomat, so I know you're going to be diplomatic in any political questions. So let me ask you, about policy questions instead. Whichever way this result pans out, how do you see that impacting the relationship with India? And we've had a pretty strong relationship with the US over the last 15, 20 years, but there have been points of friction with the Biden administration on, for example, the Khalistani issue, etc. Do you think that that would change if it's a Republican administration?
U.S.-India cooperation remains a bipartisan issue, and the U.S.-India relationship enjoys broad support in the United States. A lot of the issues that the United States and India are working together on, for example, increasing our cooperation around critical and emerging technology, cooperation in education, research partnerships, and continuing to grow our respective economies while also combating climate change. These are bipartisan issues. I expect the cooperation will continue. And just as Minister Jaishankar said yesterday during his press conference, the United States and India relationship has grown over the past several years, and we expect it to continue to grow.
Do you see, though, any friction, as we have India's former ambassador to the United States, Meera Shankar, here with us, and she predicts a turbulence in the US-India trade relationship if you had a Trump administration in the White House?
I wouldn't speculate on the outcome of the election. I think we still have a lot of time to see how things will evolve, and the US-India relationship continues to enjoy bipartisan support, and I think it will continue to grow.
Nicole, just wondering about the diversity in America. It's been a very kind of diverse country all along, but there's been a lot of unity. Do you feel this time there's a little bit of cracks developing and a bit of hostility between one section and the other sections of society there? And how's that going to change now?
The United States is a diverse nation, and you can see that in the way that the candidates have campaigned over the past several months, and see the diversity of issues that are driving people's choices in the election. And the diversity of the United States is our strength.
But diversity turning to a bit nasty polarized, more negative than ever before. So would you consider this election important historically for America? A lot of people saying this is a really crucial election. Sorry, go ahead.
Every election is historically important. This election, I think, has a couple of interesting points. You have former President Trump, who I think will be one of only two candidates who was not reelected as the incumbent, who will be returning to seek reelection. And of course, you have Vice President Harris, who is the daughter of immigrants, one of the first women to lead a major ticket for a major party. And so this election is historic and is critical, as every election is.
Just on the diversity point that you raised, Alex Trevally, just to bring you in on that. I mean, today America is a very polarized, fractured country where whoever wins, there's going to be a big chunk of that country which will not agree with the result, or will not be happy with the result, whether they accept it or not. How is the US going to come back from this? I mean, this is a country of immigrants essentially, and today it's anti-immigration that's driving the way people are voting. It's kind of strange to see the country this way.
It is very strange, and I think that no matter what happens with the rest of the voting and counting today, we'll see a lot of tears and anger. Not to predict which side will be doing it.
Which a liberal left-leaning newspaper will faithfully report.
Mine is not a left-leaning
newspaper. Not liberal, left-wing, they're balanced.
Right.
We do our best. I mean, because the needle is now pointed in the Trump direction, we're imagining a Trump victory. Certainly, Harris supporters, half the country nearly, will be very upset about that. Should it go the other way, of course, half the country will be very upset. We saw this in 2020.
Can it ever go the other way? Because if Harris wins by a narrow margin, will the Republicans accept it?
Well, I would predict not. I think that only with an overwhelming Trump victory, which is still a possibility, will there be no contestation of the result. I suspect that any Harris victory will result in a contestation. But to Nidhi's point about the diversity of the country, it's interesting, maybe even reassuring, that these new alignments and kind of fracturings of the population mean that, for instance, as we've been talking about, immigrants...
I just wanted you to have a look at this graphic. If you look at the seats called so far, it's 179 to 214. Trump down 2, Harris up 1. But if you switch to the leads, and you know they're not yet called because the things can change because more and more votes are being counted. Let us move on to the leads so far, and then you'll see a very different picture. 212 to 307. But called so far, it's more or less equal. But here leads minus 81 and plus 81 compared to last time.
I think that those leads include the blue wall, the Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin line. Yeah, because right now it does look like
leaning Republican.
It's very finely balanced, and it's leaning Republican.
So the story is not quite over yet, is that?
It's not quite. But I was going to say
if the New York Times is saying 80% chance,
then it's
that's
89
pretty solid.
chance.
Oh, right.
89% now.
89, so 90% chance. Wow.
But
so better to look at the leads than the cold.
Well, if you want to stay on tenterhooks, better to look at the leads. If you want to relax through your morning, look at the call. The thing about immigrants is that, of course, they split in ways that just weren't anticipated a few years ago. It's not the case that recent immigrants are harder to reach with Trump's immigration message. Not at all. In fact, recent immigrants seem to denounce illegal immigration more stridently than the rest of the country. So it'll be fractured and tearful, but it's not. It doesn't look like the kind of lines of fracture that we're used to seeing.
I think, taking off from what you said, Dr. Rajamohan, you were mentioning this structural shift in American politics with this election, and that's very true, because now this traditional belief that the black community voted en masse in one way, or Latinos voted together in one way, or women, etc. That's not true, because Trump seems to have support from all these different groups, maybe even Muslim Americans.
Just to reinforce one point Alex was making, I think the argument many immigrants say, look, they came through the legal way and there should not be illegal immigration of the kind that was encouraged in the first 2 years of the Biden administration. So, and in fact, even Trump himself in his interview to Bloomberg said very clearly he's not opposed to legal immigration. In fact, he's saying all Indian graduate students in the STEM, they might get 1 year work visa. So the US industry needs talent, like all the Western world, needs technical talent. And the debate is really about legal and illegal immigration, because I think in the early phase of the Biden administration, the liberals believed open borders was a good thing and that you really need to be humanitarian in understanding the border issue. But now I think the pendulum has swung. So whether it's Latinos or a whole lot of recent immigrants see illegal immigration as a problem. On the larger question of minorities, I think the Democrats had a lock on the minorities historically that is changing. And even in the Hispanics, for example, if your Hispanics tend to be religious, God-fearing, and the argument on the liberal versus on the social issues, they tend to now gravitate towards the Republican side. But on the blacks, there's not talk about black men, but we have to see the exit polls, so the actual polls. So it doesn't appear there is a dramatic improvement of Trump's vote percentage of the blacks. One poll I saw this morning was around 12%. Slight improvement, but not dramatic. But I think the big success of Republicans has been to break the stranglehold of the Democrats using on the economic issues, social issues, and cultural issues, where I think they get a lot of resonance with the large number of minorities.
Rajamohan, if I can just bring in Nicole here. Just your thoughts about the feeling now after an election like this about the women in America. No more abortion rights. They can't decide what they want to do. They have been also targeted. So they're going to be pretty unhappy, don't you feel, at the end of the day?
Voter turnout among women looks to be higher so far based on the projected and the actual returns.
Right.
In a number of states, that could could be shifting the way the results look at the end. But also there's, I think, 10 states that are having votes on women's health issues. And so the results really remain to be seen. I think, it is an important issue that is driving votes in this election. And ultimately, depending on those results, we'll see whether it was a referendum on the decision to send that issue back to the states.
Right, because it's such an important issue that women should have the right to decide about their bodies themselves. And this is not going to happen. Can you see it actually changing over the next couple of years? Because women are going to be very, very unhappy about that, right?
Again, under the previous administration, when the decision was sent back to the states for decision, we've seen a number of states look to add this issue to their constitution and codify those rights in a more permanent way. That is an issue that is showing up on ballots in 10 states during this election and has already shown up on a number of states' ballots. So I think it will become more of a state issue under the current law. And we're seeing that drive turnout in the current election because it is an issue that several states are voting on.
Right. Nicole Hola, thank you very much. I can tell that you're also hoping there will be a change. So on that front, and you will fight for it, I bet.
I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of the election just like everybody else. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Alex a question. There is,
Thank
it
you,
is
Nicole.
now
Thank
clear
you.
that by 2050, whites will not be a single largest, will not be more than 50% of the population. Is that something that's causing concern? And is that something through immigration that the Republicans are tapping into? That, we were a white Christian country. We are now slowly becoming a multicultural, multi-religious, multi-ethnic country. And that certainly terrifies those who don't have the less qualified people, the blue-collar worker. They also see the threat from those because those are the kind of guys who are going to, they feel, replace them. Is that causing a rightward swing in the country?
Well, there's a fascinating contradiction there that makes it hard to answer the question in a straightforward way. There's certainly been a lot of campaigning for the Republicans, some of it by President Trump himself, that is racially coded and makes extremists on the far right excited to think that there's a Christian first or white nationalist candidacy, which of course the campaign will officially deny and reject, but you can see it in various statements and proxies that are allowed to speak for the campaign. On the other hand, it's undeniable that the Trump coalition has become broader ethnically with minorities. They may be especially young and especially male, but nonetheless, he's winning larger, not smaller, amounts of these crucial immigrant, be it Latino, Black, other groups. The Indian American shift is quite striking. It went from about 77% for the Democrats to 61%, I think this Carnegie study said.
Right. Yeah.
So if the coalition that's accused of being white nationalist is at the same time less white, it's hard to say how it's winning.
About 30% of the voters are Latinos of various kinds. They are not necessarily non-whites.
Well,
there are all kinds of Latino combinations.
Yeah, this is the fun.
Not white.
The Latinos have also been divided. They're not voted as a bloc because the Cuban Americans have traditionally been extremely conservative. Florida has shifted also because of the large Cuban American presence, as with the Indian American community, where the richer Indian Americans have traditionally voted Republican, and those in the universities, those in liberal professions, if you will, have tended to vote Democrat. And that you can see across many of the minorities. They have not voted as a bloc, and as they get wealthier, as many of these communities move up the wealth ladder, the same issues which attract wealthy Americans to vote for Republicans attract them. So I think when we look at these as total blocks, it doesn't work.
No, I'm looking at
They
a
are-
color
they are
block.
much, much
one
more
important
block,
diversified.
Christian block.
But yes,
One swing
I do
state has been called for
yes.
Trump. That's North Carolina. The AP has just called that 2 minutes ago.
The long expected lines.
Yeah. So he's
But
won
yes,
that.
I
But
do
what is
agree with
interesting-
Dorab that there is an underlying anxiety, if you will, in Western countries. You see that in Europe with Brexit.
Germany.
You see it with the rise of the right in Europe, and you see it because it is very difficult for any country to deal with unstemmed immigration, which is physically different. You know, you see in Europe, the reaction to Ukrainian refugees has been very welcoming. Now,
As
I'm
opposed to
not sure
Syrians.
if those Ukrainian refugees had been brown.
Syrians.
The Syrians,
I'm
of
not
course.
saying
Correct,
Syrians,
yeah,
I'm just saying
yeah.
if the color of
Yeah,
their
yeah.
skin had been physically, visibly different from the existing population, it makes it that much more difficult to deal with that diversity.
assimilate, yes.
And all countries are grappling with this because earlier there wasn't so much movement across the world. Now the world has become far more open with people moving across borders, and if there is a catastrophe in Africa, boatloads of refugees come to Europe. If economy is doing poorly in South America, there's turbulence, you have loads of refugees coming into the US, and it's an issue which taps into these anxieties
There was
about
actually
changing society,
interesting-
changing demographics, changing culture.
There was an interesting New York Times story, actually, Alex, about the fact that the post-pandemic pain is still very much lingering in the United States. If you can dwell a little bit on that, I mean that taps into what we've been talking about: cost of living. Maybe the economy's recovered, but there are still lingering issues.
Yeah, and I was actually just thinking of that. We talking about it's something that Arvind Subramanian was saying about the price levels. People talk about inflation, but it actually doesn't seem to be the rate of inflation that moves voters. That's now quite low. It's the level. We remember what a gallon of milk cost 5 years ago, and we think it shouldn't cost as much as it does now. It should cost what it cost then. So in a way, emotionally, it's like the voter is wishing for deflation, which would be a catastrophe. We hurt, when we go to the polls because of what we remember from 5 years ago, how things were supposed to be before the pandemic. And I think immigration has sort of secretly worked to Trump's advantage in this way. Immigration was, of course, completely stopped up by the pandemic. There were various crises in the world that weren't evident at the borders because no one was moving anywhere. In particular, in America, Venezuela is probably the most significant. Something like a third or 30% of Venezuelans have fled their country's borders. The large country, it's not that far from the US. For now, most have gone to Colombia or Chile, but a lot have found their way arduously into the US. They wouldn't have come during Trump's years. It wouldn't have been possible. Their crisis wasn't as bad either. But so between what we call inflation and probably mean as price levels and immigration picking back up to the sort of what looked like a crisis in Europe 8 years ago, if we remember that, in the US, these things have both sort of hit with special force as the world opened up again in the years since the pandemic. And they have the effect of hurting the Democratic ticket.
If I can just ask one more question on this. Things that you remember when you vote. It's the Roe versus Wade decision actually galvanized Democrats to come out in greater numbers for the 2022 midterm election. But it almost seems what you were saying earlier, or one of the panelists about women coming out in greater numbers. Now it's almost as if the thinking on that issue has shifted to say maybe it can be state representatives sort of democratic
Musk has just said game, set, and match. Carry on. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just wondering if that shift has also motivated, voters at the ballot box today.
What I've read again in the New York Times is that the surge that Democratic candidates got in 2022 when the Dobbs decision overturned Roe v. Wade was especially pronounced because most Americans don't vote in midterm elections. The ones who do are very motivated, usually by an issue, and they're usually relatively high information voters. I think that the pro-abortion rights message hits home very hard for those people. Now, anyone who's going to vote for any election in America, whatever the proportion is this time, is going to vote in this presidential election. And that dilutes the force of the abortion rights issue, certainly for the pro-abortion rights side.
In the 2020 election, 67% of people voted. In 2022, only 52% voted. So only those who are more interested went to the polls.
Women as a cohort, I mean, they care about decisions on their body, right? So
look, I think
has their thinking shifted?
20 to 21 states in the US, after the decision overturning Roe v. Wade, have imposed either abolition of abortion or restrictions on abortion, which are tighter than earlier, about 20 to 21 states. But there are equally states such as Michigan, which have now put abortion on a constitutional basis. So it's not a very big issue there, because constitutional safeguards for abortion rights are already in place. Similarly in Minnesota. So I think now it's going to, the action will probably shift to the states, and that's what Trump has said. But if more Republican administrations pick up states, then you're going to see more states impose restrictions. Now, the interesting thing is that even in a Republican state like Kansas, when it was put to a referendum, it was for abortion rights. It went against the prevailing, political.
Right.
Trump himself
We just get Baj wants to come in on this. Baj, go ahead, please.
Yeah, there are 10 votes going on abortion just now. And to take Neera's point, Missouri has just, which is a Republican state, has just approved abortion. In Montana, they're leading. They have more than 54% of the vote.
Florida rejected it.
Colorado, they're leading. Maryland, they're leading. Nebraska, which is another Republican state, the pro-abortion vote is more than 50%. Arizona, it is more than 63%. Now, if you look at the race for the presidency there, it is 51-49. So you have people voting for abortion, Republicans voting for abortion, who still vote Republican in races that are either the presidency or the Senate or whatever else. So I think a lot of states are going to do their own thing on these kind of referendums and give abortion rights.
Right. We have Professor Amitabh Mattu, the Dean of the School of International Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, also joining us this morning. Professor Mattu, thank you very much for being with us. What are you taking away as the big message from these leads and results so far?
I think it's clear that Trump may not have a landslide, but he is the front runner by a mile. It would be extremely surprising if Kamala Harris were to fight, given that he has lead in most of the 7 states, and those are the states which really matter. It clearly indicates that the issue of reproductive rights, we were talking about it, is not important enough for people to vote for Kamala Harris on that issue, even after the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Instead, Trump has been able to build a coalition against immigration for so-called American dream, to bring back manufacturing, to have a less of a commitment to foreign policy, not allow free riders outside, or strengthen the economy. That message, despite the toxicity of his campaign, the unpredictability of his behavior, and his past record seems to have prevailed. Probably an incumbent vote, but clearly America has voted in a fashion that I find disturbing. Personally, nations have to deal with irrespective of which regime is in power. But I think the Democrats got it completely wrong.
Okay, you're saying the Democrats got it completely wrong, but is it going to make a difference to India? Who is president?
The fact is that in terms of the cons of the Trump presidency, one, it's clear that in terms of tariffs, he's going to increase tariffs. So Indian imports into America are going to become costlier. Someone's done a rough back of the envelope calculation that could have an impact of about 0.03% India's overall GDP. if the tariff was increased to 20%, if it was increased any higher, the impact might be even greater because of loss of competitiveness. Secondly, in terms of young wanting to go abroad, I think Trump is going to come down heavily on H-1B visas of the Indian diaspora living there. Obviously, there is a section which is triumphalist about Trump, but I suspect there's general mood going to be against immigration, and even those who already are there on H-1B visas may face the
as you said, you expect him to crack down further on H-1B visas, on tariffs, etc. But interestingly, Narayan Lakshman, the right wing in India loves Trump. They've been praying for his victory.
Exactly. I think somewhere there might even be a temple to Trump.
There, I think, was.
So I think that there are these tropes of Republicans are more friendly to India. But as this discussion today has highlighted, tariffs are going to be a big issue. The Harley-Davidson thing, it irks. But at the same time, I think there's a very clear understanding that Prime Minister Modi and President Trump have a very, very good chemistry, and that's going to, limit the extent to which human rights and other things come up. So I think
Trump won't really raise human rights issues. He's made that quite clear earlier that he's not interested.
Except in the case of evangelical Christians.
And I think that on Ukraine, if he moves to negotiate with Russia to end the conflict, it might make it easier for India to navigate its different relationships with the US and with Russia on the other hand. In the Middle East, Trump is likely to give a freer hand to Israel, because on Iran, when Biden was cautioning Netanyahu not to attack Iran's nuclear facilities or oil installations, Trump made a public statement saying the nuclear facilities is what Israel should attack because that's where the threat comes from. And then he has not made any statement on it beyond saying Netanyahu should finish it. Now, what that means, we don't really know. It's possible he may be more pragmatic in reality. The Democrats have not been very effective in trying to get a ceasefire going. They've not been able to prevail on Netanyahu. So you could see a situation which is much the same, but if Trump comes to power, Netanyahu may be more inclined to a ceasefire because he's very close to Trump and would not have wanted a ceasefire before the election to go to Kamala's benefit. That's very clear.
I think on broader security questions, Quad and just India is seen as part of the alliance that rebalances or balances Asia in the context of China's rise. There will be a sense of confidence that America will stand shoulder to shoulder. Would you agree, Alexander?
I do think so. I think that if the person to watch in the Biden administration has been Kurt Campbell, the Secretary of State, directing Quad alignment against China. The one to watch that I've noticed anyway in a Trump administration will probably be Matt Pottinger, who has interesting corpus. It's different than anything exactly from the Biden administration, but it's very concentrated on China as the pole for American strategy in the region. That should be unchanged. I was noticing that I was also thinking that I expect that if there's another Trump administration, the Ukraine-Russia war will probably be settled sooner rather than later, and probably in terms more favorable to Russia. That in a way deconflicts point of friction between the U.S. and India. On the other hand, you mentioned Iran. If Trump comes back, having ordered the strike that assassinated General Soleimani, and further bellicosity of that sort emerges, then India's relatively civil relations with Iran become a new point of tension.
India has not been really buying oil from Iran since the US sanctions were imposed under Trump, reimposed under Trump. And Trump himself had given us a carve-out for the Chabahar port. That's what we had negotiated with Trump at the time in return for implementing, reducing our purchases of oil from Iran. So I think on Iran, because it's not such a core relationship for India, we should be able to navigate that more easily than the relationship with Russia, which has been one of the polar relations for India, just like with the US, and particularly in the defense and strategic fields, and now in the field of resources. You know, it's ironical that for years we were trying to get Russia to sell us oil, and they just wouldn't, because they were completely oriented towards Europe. You know, they had no time for India in terms of sale of either diamonds or oil or
And now
gas.
look where we are.
Their orientation was entirely towards Europe. So what the US policy and European policy towards Russia has done has pushed Russia more specifically towards the Asian market, and it opened up opportunities for India
as well.
which were not
I just have
there
to
in
take
the past.
a last question to Puneet Ahluwalia, who is with the Republican Party and advises them on business and political strategy as an Indian American. Okay, let me ask you this, Puneet Ahluwalia, hand on your heart, honest to God, how much of this vote do you think has been just the fact that American men don't want a woman president?
I disagree with you completely. We are a very open society. We believe in individual liberty. And I've been a Republican for 24 years, so it's not that. Fundamentally, we believe in equal opportunity. And if you see, we have Condoleezza Rice in the leading position. We have so many senators right now. I think you all are missing a very big important point, that the United States is at a point where it's tired of the wokeism and the weakness in the leadership of Biden and Kamala Harris.
So you're saying wokeism has defeated Kamala if she loses, that's what will defeat her,
Yes,
but not her gender.
She's wokeness and her weakness, not her gender. No, I think she had an issue from being a progressive leftist from California trying to go and campaign in the blue wall areas in the Central America. And it's very hard for her to relate. She had no policy position. She had no message for people to resonate that what she was going to do. She was only beating up on President Trump. And what President Trump has done on each issue has basically broken down and told it. He has his own style, and people have learned to listen to that and get past his antics and his rhetoric. For example, I'm glad that
But she actually had a very positive message. Mr. Ahluwalia, if you look at Kamala Harris's campaign, especially in the last few days, it was more about optimism, for American voters, whereas for Trump, it was about, instilling fear about the enemy, what a Harris presidency could mean, what the Democrats might do. So, in a sense, if Trump does go on to win, has he won on tapping into people's fears and anxieties more than a positive
I disagree with you, because it was more nightmares for Kamala Harris or dreams about President Trump, because at every issue she brought up, she was beating up President Trump. And whereas President Trump was talking about issues, and only the last 2 days of the campaign that she stopped using his name because it wasn't working. And she had no vision and feel good for 3.5 years or close to 4 years. She's been vice president. She has failed miserably on the immigration issue. There are 350,000 kids.
Puneet, if I can just ask you, do you have any worries about Trump and what he'll do or what he won't do?
None. So we are a republic. We're a very strong republic, and there are checks and balances. We have a strong legislative body. We have a strong judiciary body. And most importantly, they are proud Americans who love this individual liberty. So President Trump may be perceived or made out by the liberal media or by Kamala Harris as a fascist or a racist. But to me, and to a proud American, I'm a Sikh, married to a Muslim. We are proud Republicans. Guess what? We have all voted for President Trump, and I have campaigned for him. I was in 2016 in his Asian Advisory Committee.
You have no worries. No worries at all.
No worries at all.
Are your dogs and cats safe?
Puneet, let's say that there are two divergent views of what policies America should adopt. Trump has one set of views and Kamala has put forward another set of views, and the American voter will choose which are the set of views they see as better representing
What he said about
them.
being a Sikh, married to a Muslim, and both voting for Trump, in a way sums up this election and just how complex it actually is. I mean,
but does he have dogs and cats?
Do you have dogs and cats?
Yes, I do. I have two beautiful. We have two furry babies.
So don't eat them.
But the fact is, I have my guns too.
Exactly. Well, that's what's important. Thank you, Puneet Ahluwalia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
What's happening that we should watch out for is that I have a feeling that the Senate and the House
will both
going the same way. So
well,
presidency,
then
the
there'll be
Senate
no
and the
checks
House,
and balances.
because you know all the senators, the
good point.
the one who are, you know, the John Tester is losing, the guy from Pennsylvania is losing, Elissa Slotkin is trailing. So everybody.
Let's talk about the implications of that, because Alex, we often forget that there is an election to the House of Representatives and to the Senate as well today. And if it is now a Republican-dominated Congress also, that makes it pretty easy then for Trump, if he is president,
the checks and balances get
to do what he wants.
It includes the Supreme Court too.
That's the main impact.
If both houses, both the Senate and the House, end up in Republican hands, then we have, I don't know when it was such a unified government last, probably 2004.
Obama
The first 2 years of
Obama.
And of course, I mean, the Supreme Court isn't supposed to be partisan, but one of the more worrying things is that it seems to have become, and almost no one pauses even before either blaming Trump or taking credit on Trump's side for the Roe v. Wade decision. It's supposed to be settled as a legal matter. What does the party of the holder of the White House have to do with that law? And we've kind of skipped past that. We've slid into thinking about the court as another partisan body. So yeah, if it's partisan bodies across the way, Trump will obviously have a very different group of people around him. They're now 8 years into the idea of Trump as a presidential leader. We're looking at the possibility of very concerted action towards whatever his policy goals are, of a kind that almost completely eluded the Trump administration during its first go. The Democrats started off on a weak footing for this. The bad luck for them is that very many of the Senate seats that they already held were up for revote. That happens only every third election. So they had more to lose, and I haven't checked
Let me
this
just ask
hour.
you on 2 points. One is, what happens to all Trump's cases? He's got some really tough cases against him. And secondly, what happens to the media in America?
It's the first time I think that a convicted felon would have won the White House. There are a lot of those cases still left hanging over his head. I'm not sure at all, and I don't think that legal experts are sure what happens to those cases. For constitutional reasons, he might be in a different category than an ordinary civilian.
I think, one question there was, can a president grant himself immunity from prosecution now, if he's back in office especially?
We don't know.
For federal crimes, but the state case in Georgia will probably continue, but Georgia being Republican, he could get them.
The New York cases.
The sexual crimes were, it was a civil liability suit. So he had to pay, reparation to the woman concerned, but it's not a criminal suit. The criminal suit is the Stormy Daniels suit, where he is accused of cooking the accounts.
It was a business fraud case. It's not even a
business. It's a business fraud case.
And there was the
New York State case.
The confidential documents.
Dr. Rajamohan had a point to make on this. What we were talking about, Dr. Rajamohan, that if it's a Congress that's also Republican dominated, a White House with Trump in it, the implications of that.
No, I think that would give a strong push for a big reforms that Trump is talking about on industrial policy, on tariff policy, on immigration. So a Congress that backs him would really produce all the changes that most people dread around the world on trade, on immigration, and on the way the US is going to deal with Ukraine. So I think the notion, the assumptions on which we have operated, what was a liberal international order? I mean, we didn't talk much about foreign policy. The notion that US should not involve itself in foreign wars, the US should cut down its direct engagement in others, and that the focus on emphasis on America first. On the external side too will reflect itself quite well. And if all three are in the Republican hands, we'll see much stronger American unilateralism, the capacity to act, the support for acting unilaterally, and I think that will have quite a significant impact on the international system as a whole.
Also, Obamacare. What happens to Obamacare?
Well,
if all three...
Trump has...
He's got a plan.
He's
You got a plan.
You got a concept.
Now it's become a concept.
Oh no, it was a concept. Then it will become a plan. And then
plan earlier.
John McCain will have to be brought back to put his finger down.
He fudged. Trump
Yeah,
fudged
I
his
think
answer.
one
on
other
this.
thing that if,
Yeah.
Yeah, Baj?
Go ahead.
Didn't give a clear answer.
if it's a completely Republican administration and Congress, Trump has talked about changing the Fed, the appointments to the Fed, appointments to the FDA, appointments in other so-called neutral bodies which are supposed to govern everything from environment to medicines. And I think that is something that he could legislate and get through if there is no other.
You'll have no
government.
fluoride in your water anymore. You've got a few problems coming up, I see.
And certainly no
By
windmills.
the way,
No windmills because of the
Biden-
whales.
The birds.
I think Pennsylvania has gone.
And he said even the whales are getting upset with the windmills.
No, I think one thing that we could see is also a change in the very nature of federalism, because as you saw with the immigrant question in his first term, there were sanctuary cities. And similarly, you know, to do with Obamacare that you asked about, whereas it's settled law through the Supreme Court, individual states still have mandates to offer different variations of the policy.
Right.
So you may have a situation where the federal government under a potential Trump administration is legislating all these things, you know, winding down federal institutions, but states could be putting up a ferocious resistance, especially when you talk about the blue wall states and classic
Right.
democratic states.
We have one last comment from Professor Amitabh Mattu. Professor Mattu, this is hindsight, of course, and if this result goes the way much of the US media is predicting right now, which is a very likely Trump victory, would it have made a difference if Kamala Harris had been on the Democratic ticket from the beginning? The fact is she only had about 100 days to campaign by the time Mr. Biden decided to step down. Was that something you think that would have made a difference?
I think it may have made an incremental difference, but in reality, I think we need to revisit all the assumptions that we were making. I think America is not really ready for a woman of color to be president of the United States. It's prejudice where and instead of taking a benign view of the Republicans controlling Senate, Congress, it also means that there are no checks and balances. So Trump will be the closest to being a dictator in the States since sometime Cold War.
I think what you said, well, Professor Mattu seems to think that gender is perhaps an underlying issue in the way voters have the fact that what Arvind Subramaniam was talking about earlier, male voters, young men in particular, across different ethnic groups, voting for Trump.
But wouldn't young women and older women vote more for?
Well, white women in the past have voted overwhelmingly for Trump.
No,
That's
not
interesting.
white women, no. As a rule.
As a whole, yes.
Overall have voted for Democrats. But
Baj, you had a comment, a point on this, on the gender question?
Yeah, when was the last time white Americans as a majority voted for the Democratic Party? And I think Trump has played on the race thing, and I don't think race issue is discussed enough, but it is a major. So you have a woman and she's black.
Yeah.
I think there is an issue there. It may not be something that in the media people discuss, but I think there is a major issue given that there is no white majority voting for Democrat.
But then why are more black men, why have more black men voted for Trump this time? I read one statistic where it's actually really jumped, like in a state like Ohio, the number of black men who voted for Trump has significantly gone up. Why has that happened, Baj?
I don't know how much it has gone up. Has it gone up 3%, 4%? What is it? The Democrats probably get about 88% of the black vote. So has it dropped to what, 82%, 83%? I'm not sure I haven't seen actually the exit poll numbers on race this time. I'm sure they have voted, but the question of having a woman president may disturb them more than having a president who is strong on race. Or
higher prices affect everybody, and the black community all in particular, because they lower down the income scale. I think black women have traditionally been much stronger supporters of the Democratic Party vis-a-vis black males. And I think they are more attracted by this argument, we'll get the jobs back, put 60% tariffs on whatever. I don't know how to...
the interesting thing is that, that's what I said, that all communities do not vote as a bloc. The two Indian American governors who have been there, Nikki Haley and Bobby Jindal, have both been in southern states which are traditionally Republican and traditionally racist. So,
meanwhile, I've just looked at the Sensex is up 500 points. That's actually only 0.5%. And Nikkei is up 2.25%.
They were down yesterday.
I think a decisive outcome in the US will give everybody a sigh of relief. I think the worst thing that probably the world had anxiety about is an indecisive outcome which continues to be contested for a long time.
I just wanted to ask Alex this point that was raised by Puneet Ahluwalia from the Republican Party repeatedly, and which Dr. Raja Mohan also alluded to, that there's a sense that the liberal media reports on Trump in a certain way, through a certain prism, that it's an elitist point of view. Wokeism has been defeated is what Puneet Ahluwalia is calling it. How do you look at that, criticism of the liberal media, of which, I mean, Dr. Raja Mohan put the New York Times in that list?
Well, there's, I think, two
is there
different
any
things.
validity to that criticism?
I do think that there's a certain amount of resentment towards
mainstream
well,
traditional media.
Certainly, in polls in surveys, people don't repose much trust in the mainstream media and any media anymore. With the rise of Trumpism, there's become a tendency to disbelieve in any the idea of an independent institution. We were just talking about the central bank, the Federal Reserve. That's a very important one, or the judiciary, or you name it. They actually, in their view of the world, quite consistently, there are no independent institutions. If you're not with them, then you're against them. So if you work for a traditional media house that's trying not to pick a side, you've already failed them in a way. It was funny to see, and I don't expect a repeat of this, but in the 2020 election, it was the Fox News desk, pretty much the house organ of Republican Party media. They were the first to call Arizona, which ended up being decisive for Biden's victory. And Trump and his team almost immediately turned against them. And you had channels that no one had ever noticed before, Newsmax, OANN, popping up to represent the new, unbiased. The new media,
unbiased, yeah.
Can I just move on to something which we haven't discussed so far? In 2017, under President Trump, America walked out of the Paris Climate Agreement. Now Trump is trying to dilute the green laws. He's going for more oil, allowing fracking. What is the future on the environment side? Will America take a lead in the opposite direction?
Well, I don't know very much about this. It's not something I cover, but I want to point out that with Elon Musk now playing an unprecedented role as Trump's advisor, spokesman, you name it, it's suddenly imaginable that Trump might turn on a dime where electric vehicles and all the rest are concerned. In fact, his opinion about Twitter's ownership has flipped a couple of times already. Depends very much who's close to him.
But that is a revolving door as well, if you remember his first term.
I think, Prannoy, again, on climate change, last time President Trump walked out of the Paris Agreement. This time, he has not said he's going to walk out, but he's going to allow drilling in the Arctic. He is going to allow fracking. He is going to crack down on the institutions which govern environmental laws. But the issue is that many states have very forward-looking environmental policies, including California. And I think the challenge for the world community is going to be to work with cities, provinces, and states to see that, as much of America commits as possible But of course, the goal of preventing global warming is going to take a slide. It will become that much
It's
more
already sliding, though.
difficult.
I mean, yeah.
It will become that much more difficult.
As I was just saying, one of the amazing things is the uniform swing across America. Every state is seeing a swing to Republican, 2%, 1%, not just swing states, even California. But just let's have a look, if we can look at the swing to Republicans in the swing states. There you are. Plus 0.4, plus 2.7, plus 4.7, 2.8, 3.7, average of 3.5. This is the uniform swing, and it's happening in Republican states and in California. Just looking at it, the Republican vote has gone up plus 3.4%. Every state. There's a
He did campaign in California this time. Campaign because he wants the House seats. He reckons if he never win California, but he wants the House seats from California.
Immigration has been a big issue in California because
Yeah.
it's right on the border. So all the border states, this is a big issue.
Texas,
Texas,
Ted Cruz is one
Arizona.
comfortably.
Yeah, it is. So,
See, Michigan is the biggest swing of those states, that Michigan being home to the largest proportion of Arab Americans who are anticipated to stay home or vote for Trump on the basis of their outrage at America's policy in Gaza.
And Michigan just 2 years ago, after 40 years, had the governorship, the Senate, and the House all Democratic. This trifecta happened after 40 years, and 2 years later.
So you could actually potentially see a Republican sweep of all the 7 swing states? Potentially. Possibly.
Possible.
I mean, Nevada hasn't started counting, and I think the polls are still open in Alaska and Hawaii. Those are yet to close.
And Nevada did vote Democrat for the last 2 elections.
Yeah. So, well,
But
possible, yeah,
it's
this time
possible.
This
Not
time,
only possible, but
There's a wave, yeah.
you showed there's a lead in every one of them, but for Nevada, we don't know.
Would we be right to call this a red wave, or is it premature?
The red shift, that's for sure.
it's not a red wave yet. But I mean, it looks like he's going to go above 300.
Yeah, it's looking.
I wonder, what about the popular vote? Do we have any idea about the numbers of the, because we've discussed this, that often the candidate who may have a bigger share of the popular vote may not have most electoral college votes. Like
He's going to go.
He might actually get the popular vote as well.
Yeah, at this rate, 3.5% average.
And given what you're saying about California and the traditional blue states,
That's right. He's going up 3% in California.
unheard of. Yeah.
This is like that UP result that day.
I was thinking, actually, it's like the BJP in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. But California takes 8 to 10 days before the final count will come.
That's because it's
declared. No, it's just that they just count slowly, simple as that.
I mean, let's not forget that California has had conservative governors like Ronald Reagan and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Even Arnold Schwarzenegger, who actually gave his
Schwarzenegger,
support to Harris this time.
Okay,
So-
give me a guess. How much is the vote swing in New York?
Oh God, that's also
If it's high, it's going to cost them congressional seats. I think
Plus
that's what
5%.
wow.
plus 5%, yeah.
I
More
was
than
going
5,
to
just
say
over 5.
3.5,
Plus
but it's
5
5.
in New York.
Again,
But maybe Trump's personal associations with
No,
city
he
and
did
so on.
it last time too, but he didn't get it last time. He's got
New York
5%
City is
swing.
fiercely
That's the
liberal.
Madison Square Garden speech, everything to get the guys out. Because there are a lot of Republican seats in 2020, 2022.
Right.
Democratic seats that went Republican.
The phrase would be, it's a sweep, not a landslide.
Right.
But it's
Dr.
a
Raja
sweep.
Mohan, a sweep, not a landslide. What does it tell you? This red wave that appears to be building.
Yeah, I think we're still on the very narrow leads, but I think it's possible that it will be a sweep in the electoral college.
Yeah.
But it's not clear how close will he come on the popular vote. I think here again, I think some public opinion polls suggested, 2 days ago that this 3% swing Dr. Roy is talking about, actually they measured it. And if that turns out to be lasting, my sense is points to the deep structural changes and the wider coalition that Trump's Republican Party has assembled. I would also add, I think one of Harris's problems has been she was not a tested candidate. She didn't do too well in the 2020 campaign. This time, she was anointed in the last minute. So therefore, I think there were questions whether she actually defined herself properly whether she connected with a large number of voters in the swing states. I think that question also, I think, needs to be taken. As Trump, as some would call it, there was a coup d'etat in the Democratic Party, getting rid of Biden and bringing her. Seemed a good move at that time, but I think her own campaign has not been impressive, and I think that actually, I think pushes things in favor of Trump and the Republican
It's all
Party.
about jealousy about Indians, because Indians are running Microsoft, Google, and when I went to California, a lot of people saying, we're very bright. Why are Indians being made CEO? Everybody's an Indian who's being made CEO. Why can't I be a CEO? A lot of the Chinese and the Americans. And I got an answer actually from American top people that Indians have, you guys have a head, but Indians have a head and a heart. So it's just jealousy. That's why.
But to Rajamohan's point about she didn't run an effective campaign, she actually raised record funds in the first week and then the next month or so, 300 million and beyond. Clearly to no avail. I mean, does funding no longer count?
Funding doesn't matter, economy doesn't matter. It's things are changing.
Media. But that brings me back to the question, Dorab, would it have made a difference if she had been on the ticket from the beginning? Because these issues, if Trump is winning, which he looks like he is, they seem to be more deeper. They seem to be more fundamental.
That raises another question: is she the best? Was she the best candidate? Had she been on the ticket?
At that point, that was the only choice they had.
A Newsom or a Shapiro, I don't know. There's never been a Jewish president either.
Or if they could have convinced Michelle Obama, that would have been the idea.
But that's people have been talking about for years, and she's just not interested.
The basic thing is, once you go through that primary process, you've gone through a competition.
But you expose yourself.
But I do feel that in the limited time that Kamala Harris had, she ran a tight ship. She got the Democrats to coalesce around her nomination in phenomenal time. They all came together. She did raise specific issues, including, but I think that there were certain fundamental factors which really worked against her.
She did not have enough hatred in her speech. Hers was all love and
very
warm and positive.
Yeah.
But politics, hatred, everywhere you look.
Prannoy,
Hate this one, hate that one.
maybe if she had laughed less.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, I know. It was one of the most sexist things we saw on the campaign.
What were you going to say?
It's hard, but if we can remember where America was in July, any of these weeks after the Biden-Trump debate, at that point, quite realistically, it looked like a Trump wipeout no matter what happened, including when the ear got nicked by the assassination attempt.
Yeah.
That Harris was able to step in at that moment and make this such a close race as it is. A race that's still on. I mean, that blue wall we're looking at has Trump leading about 51% with however many precincts counted. It's about as close to a tie as you see in any normal democracy. That she came this far from that low point, I think is testament to a really impressive campaign.
So I think she's being criticized. It's always like when somebody loses, you find fault with with the manner in which they have conducted the campaign. But I think there were certain fundamental factors weighing against her.
The media in America. He says this channel should be shut down, that newspaper should be torn apart. What is because a lot of it is owned by businessmen like Bezos, and the whole enterprise will be in danger. So is it a worry for media now under Trump?
Section 240 or whatever, which grants protection to media.
So you might worry about something like the FCC, one of the regulatory agencies being taken over, dismantled. But I think the more direct fear that most media watchers have in their mind right now, since these two non-endorsements from our colleagues at the Washington Post and the LA Times, is that it's a tough time for the American media business. A lot of traditional old houses are now owned by business owners who have more important stakes in other kinds of businesses,
Right.
much heavier part of their portfolio. See a similar thing in much of the Indian media landscape. A lot of countries in the world suffer from this problem. So when there's a billion plus operation that depends on the favor of a perhaps mercurial political leader, and their newspaper, their TV channels are but a tiny bit of it, it becomes very tempting to move the needle. And that, I think, has been a quietly growing fear for people who watch press freedom around the world, and should be in the United States right now as well. That's a sort of more near-term and harder to track than the degradation of the official institutions, the regulatory bodies that are supposed to keep things fair.
Right.
But in that regard, Alex, didn't the New York Times itself manage to get achieve the Trump bump in a sense? You rose to the challenge and actually pushed yourselves back into the black, right? Yeah. And despite
that's before I worked for the New York Times, but I did notice that, and it wasn't just the Times. CNN and the Washington Post, I believe, enjoyed even bigger Trump bumps. The Washington Post in particular, if I remember, just as a reader from 2016, once Trump took the White House, catching everyone off guard, the American appetite, the global appetite, but especially the American appetite for news every day became constant. And that was good for advertising and all kinds of revenue. I haven't noticed, from where I sit in the media, anyone feeling especially excited about that. I think for the reason that attention to politics and also horrible news from around the world has been at pretty much fever pitch ever since 2016. I don't know that it died down back to normal when Biden took the White House during COVID.
I think there's one other issue which really this election and elections elsewhere in the world are throwing up. And that is that, governance and politics in an age of 24-hour social media is becoming increasingly polarized. Because you have the reinforcement of your opinions in a much sharper, more abusive manner. These are echo chambers and halls of mirrors, and you never see the other side of the mirror. And so I think that is something you're seeing, which is a worrisome trend for many democracies, including the US.
Well, we have Sadanand Dhume, a columnist with the Wall Street Journal, joining us from the US tonight, his time, almost midday our time. Sadanand, thanks very much. Great to see you again after a really long time. Your first thoughts on the way this election is going?
Well, I mean, it looks that it's pretty clear that Trump has won for all intents and purposes. I mean, I think the TV channels are going to go through the paces and so on, but it seems at this point that he will certainly be the 47th president of the United States. And the Trump era, which has been, we've had 10 years of the Trump era. Had he lost tonight, I think it would have been fair to say that we were going to see the end of the Trump era. We're obviously not going to see the end of the Trump era. And he is going to be the next president. So it's a sort of, obviously this has huge implications for American politics, for the Republican Party, for many things, for geopolitics. So where does one begin? But it's a very big night, and I think he's going to win and win very comfortably.
And why do you think he's going to win? What do you think is the primary driver?
What do you mean? You mean the electoral math?
Is it immigration? Is it the fact that maybe the Americans are not ready for a woman president? What is it?
I mean, I think it'll be a combination of things, right? I think that the economy was a very big factor. I think a lot of people, a lot of ordinary voters just, felt that they had better lives 4 years ago. Things were cheaper. Things like gas was cheaper. Groceries were cheaper. That was one thing. I think immigration was a massive blunder by the Biden administration, where they basically, allowed many millions of people to pour over the southern border, and Trump wielded that issue very effectively. I'm not, personally so sure that this has to, has a lot to do with gender. I think Kamala Harris, we forget, was a, very weak candidate even in 2019 when she ran. She basically had to drop out immediately, almost, almost before a vote was cast in 2009, because she just wasn't a very effective campaigner. Obviously, she was a very good campaigner and a very effective politician in California, but when she was exposed to national competition, she did not do so well. That said, I think she ran a fairly reasonable campaign given the circumstances, but she was not the strongest candidate. And so when it looked like Biden was certainly going to lose, the Democrats were in a tough position because they didn't have enough time to organize a primary and come up with a more competitive candidate.
Yeah.
And I think she was just not a battle-tested candidate.
Sorry, we had just if we could go back to those pictures, we had the first live pictures from Florida where Trump supporters have gathered, and I just saw the New York Times, Alex, reporting that apparently in Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters, they've muted the TVs, so that's not a good sign. I don't think they're very optimistic about things turning around from here. So we'll come back to that footage in just a moment. Prannoy, you want to throw in a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Sadanand, that is America going to be a more divided, divisive society? Is there going to be a little bit of hatred coming in, or is that just an election campaign tactic?
Prannoy, this is a divided, if by that mean you mean politically divided, this is a politically divided and politically polarized society, and that would have been the case regardless of who had won, right? I mean, you basically have about half the country that feels very passionate about one person, right, and the other half of the country who can't stand him. And so,
has he tried to intensify the divisions, and will they not just politically divided, will there be divisions within neighborhoods and within communities?
So I personally did not experience anything like that in the last 4 years when he was president. And if you look at his coalition, right, I mean, there's an enormous amount of religious and racial diversity. Look at the main people around him, right? Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, these are two very prominent American Hindus. You have, people like his lawyer, Harmeet Dhillon. You have people like the, Republican candidate for Senate, Hung Kao. So I think that, what's one of the paradoxes about Trump is that, even though people have sort of, portrayed him as this divisive figure, and it's certainly true that much of his rhetoric, has sort of often, he has said things that people don't say in politics, right? Some of the language he's used to describe Mexicans, for example, in his first campaign. But if you look at the Republican Party and how the party has evolved on his watch, I would argue that it is a more multiracial party than it was, and we're already seeing that in the numbers, right?
Good point.
Look at
Yeah,
how
good
Trump
point.
has done Asian Americans, with blacks, with Hispanics, he's actually performed better than Mitt Romney did. So I think that a lot of people who are sort of, especially working class voters, I was just speaking with a Republican pollster for my Wall Street Journal column about this. He said that look, Trump is building a multiracial working class coalition, and that's just a fact if you look at his supporters. Now, is all of his rhetoric always sort of, is it very finely judged? No. Does he sometimes say things that are awfully crude? Yes. But do I think that the United States is going to suddenly become some racially polarized country? Quite the contrary. I think that because of the sort of cult of personality around Trump, basically anyone can be a Trump supporter, right? You just put on that red baseball cap and you're in. So this is kind of, to my mind, this is actually quite a, it's a distinctive phenomenon.
That's
and
good
it's
to
quite
hear.
different
Good to hear.
We see, for example, in Europe.
These are live shots, by the way, from Kamala Harris's what they call a watch party from her campaign in Washington, D.C. We saw they're not looking happy.
No, but when we're talking about polarization, I think America has always been polarized, but people were splitting tickets until the late 1990s. I'd vote for Republican as a president and a Democrat as a senator. Since 2016, every state that Trump won in 2016, if there was a senator there, the senator won. In 2020, except for the state of Maine, where Susan Collins won, every state that Biden won, the senator also won. This time, I think perhaps the exception is the terrible Carrie Lake, who's going to lose in Arizona, though he'll win. But again, the same thing is happening. John Tester is losing. Mikey Sherrill losing. Every Democrat is losing in a state that Trump is carrying.
Let's go across to New York, actually. Let's go to Bhavni in New York and just get a
Christine
feel.
Gillibrand is winning.
Bhavni, we need to come to you more often because, you know, we need that.
She's a weak poor girl.
Okay, next time you come here, I'll go to New York and report from there. I have reported actually from various earlier presidential.
I think I'm gonna skip the pollution in Delhi right now.
Is there a bit of depression in New York? By the way, his vote also went up a bit in New York. By about 3%.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I've been
5%,
speaking to people here. There's a huge crowd. I think you can still catch a glimpse of those people just glued to that TV screen behind me. Now, you know, the crowd here is a bit of a mixed bag. I've spoken to tourists. In fact, I spoke to some tourists who are wearing Make America Great Again caps, and they just said they just find it fascinating and they like the color. I've spoken to some Harris fans, and one of them actually said that she's not worried because, you know, the Democrat strongholds are yet to be counted. She used the word red mirage. Of course, this was before North Carolina was called, and as we know, mathematically, she does need to win Georgia and Pennsylvania if she has any hope of winning. So that's where the Harris people are. I met a lot of Trump supporters here. In fact, there's someone right here. Oh no, you said Kabul, Afghanistan. Hi. So you have a lot of people right over here, and they've all, you know, been talking about how they have been supporting Trump for at least 3 elections now. Some of them live in New York. They also talk about how many people have been shifting from, you know, Democrats to becoming Republicans. That's also what we're seeing in the trends today. In the, you know, when you look at, you know, Trump just pulling in more votes than he had in the last election. And in terms of, you know, top issues, the economy is the biggest issue for most people who have voted for President Trump. And abortion is the big issue for Harris supporters.
I just wanted to ask you, who are the people most stressed right now? Obviously, the environmentalists must be stressed. Media people must be stressed. People who rely on checks and balances like the courts, they must be stressed. Who's not stressed actually?
Well, I think the Trump supporters seem to be less stressed.
Yeah, that's true.
I got that sense even before. It's not just the results, actually. You know, even before the results started coming in, you know, they knew they were in New York. They knew this is not a place that's going to support their candidate. But I think they just came out sort of, you know, it was their way of standing out. And for them, they came in, you know, it was kind of a party for them. In fact, I asked one of them, I said, you know, if Trump loses tonight and he says this election is stolen, would you support him? And they reluctantly agreed that, yeah, we think we won the last election and we think we're going to win this now. So they're pretty charged up because as far as they're concerned, they were already going to win this election. And if he does lose, which may not happen now, this would have been a stolen election. So this is a charged up election what this crowd is concerned.
You know, Doc, what you were saying earlier about the swing. Again, the New York Times is talking about the fact that New Jersey, which is right next to where Pavni is reporting from, traditionally a blue state, but Biden won that state by 16 points in 2020 and Harris is expected to win it by less than 7 points.
There's a 5% swing away.
There's a huge swing
to everybody.
And there are other lots of suburban areas like in Detroit, etc., Michigan, where she's underperforming, where Biden did much better in 2020.
For Bhavni, the other people who will be stressed are people like Dorab, pollsters.
Yeah, I mean, you know, pollsters this time, every poll just showed that this was neck and neck. And part of it was also because, you know, they have underestimated Trump in the past. So part of them was them sort of being conservative. I've been listening to a lot of podcasts by top pollsters like, you know, Nate Silver, and they said there are 3 scenarios. There could be a clean sweep by either one of them, or it could be neck and neck, which is, you know, I mean, that's standard wisdom. So there's not much to guess over there. But I think this would also, you know, sort of tell us a lot about where polling is headed. The other thing I think we may not have talked too much about is undecided voters. And they've been quite a chunk. Remember, things really changed this time, July onwards. You had 2 assassination attempts on Trump. You had a last minute sort of change of candidate. And then you had a lot of people who were not really thrilled about, the war in Gaza. So you had a substantial number of people who said they would only be able to make up their minds while they were at the polling station. So polling this time hasn't been able to really accurately get the mood of the nation because many people just hadn't made up their minds.
And this is actually after 2016 and 2020 have seen dramatic increase in the number of polling methodologies deployed across the board, from online to broader samples, different.
Yeah.
So they're trying to get into the minds of voters, but yet something has been missing.
But Baj, if we can, Baj, so the betting markets were better than pollsters. You were on the betting market, right, Baj? You were betting?
Definitely. The betting markets have only been wrong twice, in 48 and 16. So this time they were right. And in fact, that guy who runs that other thing, what is it called, virtual tout, was using the betting market to predict the election results. He was pretty close on that. He follows how many votes, how people bet in order to predict how the voting is going to take place. So he was pretty good on that. I think the interesting thing is that even Biden has lost the constituency or the county that he was born in. He went to campaign in Pennsylvania. So I see Pennsylvania being called pretty soon. It's not going to take very long if that has
the
happened.
fear was that Pennsylvania might actually take the longest because they actually, I think if the gap between the two had been, I think 0.5% or something, they would have had a recount. So there was a fear that it would be so close that they would have to count all over again. Pavni also caught up with Republican and Democratic supporters in New York where she is. It's interesting what they've had to say. Let's listen in.
I'm actually a third-time Trump voter, and I've always been, like many others in the country, right in the center when it comes to politics, because I believe that there are issues on both sides that need to be fixed. It's not just it's just not a one-side thing, because at the end of the day, we're all human. However, I believe in conservative values, not like 50 genders, just two, and also based on, we've already seen both sides of 4 years and 4 years, Kamala and this. And I'm personally very pro-peace. I want everybody to get together, regardless of what it is. So I'm anti-war. Grocery expenses are more than 4 times, if not roughly 4 times the cost. I want food prices. I want RFK Jr., who's promising to get rid of added preservatives and bring back organic farming. So a healthier America is a healthier world, because when we have less cancer, less illnesses in our body due to the food, we can be a prosperous nation. I simply want whatever president can give us the path to be successful in whatever we do. And I strongly believe that Donald Trump's going to be the one, not only for America, but for the world, on the international stage as well. Thank you.
I am so excited to have voted for Harris, and I can't wait for her to become the next president.
Why did you vote for Harris?
Because I agree with her policies. I think she's a joyful and kind human being. I love her track record, and I believe in everything she stands for.
And can you tell me what is it that she stands for that really resonates?
She's pro-women. That's pretty much all I have to say. Like, she's pro-union. She's just many things. She's pro-entrepreneur. She's going to give loans to small businesses. So, yeah, but most importantly, she's pro-women. And that's honestly enough for me.
Well, interesting perspectives there from supporters on both sides of the political divide in the US. One last question to you, Dr. Raja Mohan. Thank you so much for being with us all morning. I realize that we've asked you everything about domestic US politics, but the one thing which is why you, where you've made your name is foreign policy. So in your view, what does President Trump 2.0 mean in terms of our relationship with the US, which has generally been strong, but has had its fair share of problems in the recent year?
Let me add to what Nidhi is saying. What are the 2 things to worry about, and what are the 2 things to be happy about?
Yeah, but I think, Dr. Roy, first I think we got to understand the internal change that has taken place. Whatever the character of Trump might be personally, he has really changed the character of the Republican Party. He's changed the direction of American politics. he has sought to rearrange the global economic order away from globalization, and he's pursuing an America First foreign policy on the global security system. So I think whatever affects us essentially comes from these fundamental changes that are taking place that he has engineered in the US. For example, we would be looking at a so-called dismantling of the regulatory state. That he wants to dismantle the bureaucratic state in the US. That means deregulate and reindustrialize the United States. Something similar, we're trying to do Atmanirbhar Bharat ourselves. On the external side, I think the question of we believed in this post-WTO kind of an order. That order is going to die. Trump comes back. There's no question about it. And I think we're not mentally ready to adapt to a fundamental change in the global trading order. And finally, in America First, President means now he's going to demand terms for whatever support or assistance he gives. So this is different from the kind of bipartisan support we've had so far. But fundamentally speaking, I would say on foreign policy, on immigration, technical talent will continue to be sort of. So I don't think India will get affected.
No worries.
No, I think because they need the technical talent. I mean, I think, in fact, whichever, Trump has said very clearly he needs Indian talent. But it's illegal immigration. I don't think India will have a problem. On trade, we'll have a big problem because our trade policy is not a user-friendly policy. But I think it's a big change in the US demands we rethink our assumptions about global trading order.
Great. Thanks
and I think
very
on the security side, we will be actually, we have an opportunity to rethink where we talk about burden sharing rather than America doing us favors. Right. If we are willing to do things on our own, the US, we can expect more support from the US. So I would say that this is a structural change in the international system Trump is going to produce. Right. We need to take a fresh look at our
Very clear. Thanks very much. Thanks, Rajamohan.
Well, we have Atish Taseed, author and journalist, joining us from New York. Late at night for you there, middle of the night for you there. Atish, thank you for being with us today. Well, you're in the heart of liberal America. So how do you feel about this election tonight?
I mean, we're pretty shattered, Nidhi. I can't lie. Like, it's a complete, total slaughter. I've just come from the house of some friends, part of the liberal media, and yeah, we were not prepared. And unlike in 2016, it's not even that kind of intellectually sort of provocative as it was then. That kind of really like made one think about the shape of one's world, and one had interesting things to say. And in this case, like, it's just, I mean, the economy was terrible, of course, but one is faced with like somebody who really went out of his way to make this about more than economy, more than even about immigration, but to really like show you who he was. And it didn't matter.
But when you say that you and your liberal friends were surprised and sort of, shocked at the way these results are going, why is that? Did you not see indications that, Trump was actually gaining support, particularly in polls after polls over the last month or so? She seemed to be losing ground. He seemed to be gaining ground. So why did this surprise you so much?
So I've just actually finished driving across America. I drove from Chicago to Los Angeles, and it's a very difficult country to encompass. It's a very difficult country. Like, geographically, it feels like there are these pockets, and they're very powerful, and you can see that right now playing out where great swaths of the country are red, and then there are these pockets that have the influence to kind of change the election in different ways. And so it's not an easy country to carry in one's head. And of course, one follows the polling, and my husband follows the polling like obsessively. And he was very explicit about the fact that maybe that our position was perhaps weak. But for as many times, like for as many polls that tell you that kind of your position's weak, there are others that encourage you. And in that build up till kind of you're confronted with the actual fact of it, it really doesn't really completely register. And as you pointed out, like, we live here not just in New York City, but I have a house upstate, and that's very blue. And so one lives quite isolated. It's not even like England. It's not even like India, where you're confronted with different political realities all the time. You're kind of very far away from the places where these things are being kind of reckoned with or fought out.
So what is this is Prannoy, hi. What is the underlying reason for this?
I mean, I think it's the economy. I think the economy stank, and we tried to make it about bigger things. But inflation is one of those things one feels on a daily basis in the most personal, painful, humiliating way. And we were like, no, but what about democracy? And what about his character? And I don't think those things didn't matter. I mean, I think that had we had, but it was not enough. And I think there was no moment of humility where the Democratic candidate came forward and said, listen, we kind of screwed up. We might have even done this inflation, and we're extremely sorry, and we feel your pain, and we're trying. That never really kind of happened, and I think it made people very angry. Not even to mention the fact that there was such political malpractice when it came to Biden and hiding his obvious weaknesses.
Right. So what are your worries now with this change? There's a lot of uncertainty, obviously, but anything that
we've comprehensively lost the Senate. We have him kind of storming back into power, madder than ever, and we may have the House. So, like, the protections that we're going to have a very conservative court for my entire lifetime, probably. And I don't know with Trump. Like, I don't know. He's so erratic and so unpredictable. I don't know what he would do with Ukraine. I don't know what kind of social battle he wants to take up in the country. I think he gets bored easily. So, I mean, he's going to have certain things that he wants to carry up, but he's also going to want to sort of like, that cult of personality that's been so important to him. He's going to want to feed that. And at the same time, he's a lame duck president. So it's a very, very hard thing to kind of envision.
Right.
What do you think went wrong for the Democrats, Atish? Because was it the candidate who was wrong? Was that the mistake, as some seem to have suggested? Was it, as you said, the loftier principles that the Democrats spoke about, like democracy, saving democracy? Or do you think gender had a part to play as well? The fact that it's a woman on the ballot?
Like I said, principally, 99% the economy, and most importantly, inflation. So, like, let's not put that out of our sort of. That's kind of central. But I think that there was you're dealing with somebody who's not just a former president, but who's also been a celebrity for his entire life and who has a huge place in the American imagination. And we spent the entire year running up to the election, putting forward somebody, propping up somebody who we knew everyone in the country could tell that those weaknesses were apparent. At the last minute, you kind of bring Kamala Harris in. I think in a certain limited way, did fairly well, but I just don't think that it was possible in that time for her to be able to take on the personality of Donald Trump.
Just stay with us. We have a quick question. Alex Trivedi, you're hearing Atish there with this anguish in the heart of New York. Again, coming to that point that Rajamohan was making earlier, liberals out of touch with the reality of everyday life in America.
Yeah, one thing, a way to summarize a lot of things that Atish and the rest of us have been saying is to agree that America has become much more polarized, although it's less racially polarized. So typically polarization tracked with racial blocs. Those are breaking down. The polarization, however, call it ideological or movement-based, whatever, is much greater than before. And I want to observe something as someone who has part of my life in America but has lived now in Delhi for a very long time. It's quite typical in social and professional circles here to meet people of all different political persuasions. I'd be surprised if any of us didn't have people in our lives who voted one way and the opposite way. And in America, that's become unusual. Certainly if you live in an urban center, or Atish was mentioning, he moves between his urban center and his upstate place, and he drives across the country. It's very easy. In fact, it's very hard to avoid living in an America where everyone doesn't agree with you. It's not to say that this is the way that everyone in the country lives, but it's uncanny how geographically and socially segregated the place has become, without much meaning to. I'm not suggesting that people have gone out of their way to avoid, Democrats, Republicans, and Republicans, Democrats. But something funny has been accelerating in that direction. And there are a number of other ways to see it. And it leads to a greater sense of shock when your side doesn't win, when your side is shown to have fewer numbers, whichever side yours is, because everyone I know thinks like I do. That's something I see in America now like nowhere else.
It's like an echo chamber, is it?
Can I suggest another point of this? There is gerrymandering in America, but now people say there is automatic gerrymandering. I go and live in areas where people who think like me live. It's not that it's politically gerrymandered, but it's self-gerrymandered.
I just wanted to ask you, what are family dinners going to be like now? One sec, Baj. I'm just asking Alex, what are family dinners with the children, the wife, husband? I mean, there's no talking politics, is it?
Well, you're talking about in a way, this is a contradiction of my hypothesis is that Democrats only know Democrats and Republicans only know Republicans. But Thanksgiving dinner is coming up soon. And Thanksgiving is where you see your uncle and maybe he's drank too much. And that's the classic problem dinner. That's where the extended family is present. People have traveled across state lines. So you might actually have a diversity of opinion under one roof. With wine flowing, that's a very dangerous situation.
In fact, John Stewart said the other day that in his own house, the odds are he'll be thrown out. Because he doesn't agree with anybody in his family.
Atish, are you going to have a tough time talking to people now? Are you going to...
He lives in New York.
I mean, Alex is absolutely right. I'm going to just be surrounded by people hand wringing, and I won't really until I actually make an effort to find out. I won't really be confronted with the other side.
Yes, in fact, let me get Sadanand Dhume in on that point, that this whole point of echo chambers, Sadanand, that, did the liberal media, liberals in general need to see the writing on the wall much earlier?
Well, I mean, I think in hindsight, that's quite clear, right? I mean, it's sort of, I do think that there was a concerted effort after Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee to basically boost her. I mean, there's no nice way to say it, right? To sort of, I mean, until she became the nominee, everyone was talking about how she was such a weak vice president. And then the moment she became a nominee, the same people who were telling us how she was such a weak vice president and perhaps a drag on the ticket were turning around and trying to convince us that this is this person is going to be the greatest president ever. So I think for much of the media, there is a sort of certain amount of soul searching that's going to, that's going to, be caused by this. I personally do not agree though with the sort of the idea that, this is going to be a cataclysmic shock, because in many ways, I think, we had 4 years of Trump. And so, I mean, was he erratic? Yes. I mean, he may wake up one day and suddenly sort of, tweet something against Pakistan or whatever. But I personally think that round two, we're dealing with someone who is unpredictable, of course, but I think we have a sense of the parameters of his unpredictability. So to me, 2016 was much more sort of, was much more uncertain territory. I think this is sort of, we kind of know what he's going to do. He's probably going to try to, create some kind of peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. He'll probably lean on the Ukrainians to come to some kind of agreement. We know that he loves tariffs. India is going to be affected. China is going to be affected by that. We know that he wants to cut regulations. So we sort of know this piece. So to me, 2024 is...
so you don't seem to be as worried by the prospect of a second Trump presidency as others are, although I think there is a worry that, I mean, he's erratic. We don't know what he will wake up and decide to do one day. And
I think there was a much bigger question mark in 2016 than in 2024, I think. The other thing is, I think that the people around Trump he has many more competent people around him now. Like, you may or may not like Elon Musk, but no one can deny the fact that this is sort of he's an incredibly competent person, right? He's like sending rockets to the air. He's reinventing electric cars.
Well,
He
I think
didn't-
it depends
Trump
on
didn't
how
have
you
people like
define
this.
competency. Is it through just the kind of money you make, or that?
Elon Musk is an extremely competent person who has changed the face of several industries. And I think it's beyond bizarre to not accept that.
Atish, do you want to respond to what Sadanand's saying?
Yeah, I'll tell you something. Like it wasn't that relaxed or easy. Like, you know, very soon into his presidency, I was like, my husband and I were considering getting a lawyer because we weren't sure what the parameters of the Muslim ban would be. And it was like, because he was hand-fisted and had pretty decent people around him who weren't letting him do those things, he didn't do those things to the full extent that he could. I think if you were a woman in this country, like Roe was a shattering taking away of things that you had depended on. I personally don't think that Trump has anything against homosexuals and that he'll go for Obergefell, but I don't, the world he's created around him is hostile to those things. And I don't know whether he'll want to stand in the way of it, whether he'll think that, you know, so that's what I mean by he's kind of like ideologically maybe null himself, but he's adjacent to people who very much kind of used him as a sort of instrument of their own kind of ambition. And now he's like a lame duck president with these people circling. And so I don't feel as secure as Sadanand does.
So you don't agree with him that people like Elon Musk who are around him are actually those who will guide him to do the right thing, or, you know, temper him in some way?
You know, like I think that Elon Musk, for all his talents, there was a kind of element of decency that sort of stood as a kind of bulwark against some of his crazier actions in the last administration. And I don't think that Elon Musk will bother himself with that stuff very much. So no, I don't think that he's going to and I like the on the level of character, I think like J.D. Vance, all of these people, like there really isn't, there are no guardrails at all, actually.
Can I ask Atish a question? Which is, Atish, the first time around 2016, it was almost as if this was giving voice to certain racist undertones, and it was kind of coming out in the open, and it was the death of political correctness in that sense. Are we now actually saying that Trump 2.0, if it comes to be, is going to actually see racism itself no longer be the dominant sort of psychic factor driving the people behind him? Is it all about, you know, the sort of transactionalist, ad hoc, chaotic approach? Because that seems to be the narrative here, that the racist part of it has died down miraculously.
I mean, I don't know if that's true. I thought I thought that he went out of his way in this campaign to emphasize some of the more sort of hostile racist stuff, and you know, the Madison Park rally or whatever, like there was just a lot of things that were very deliberate, very sort of a kind of cultural warfare that he didn't even need it. He could have won without it, but he made a point of it. So I don't know if that's like now in a moment where all of that has triumphed. I think there will be a certain amount of sort of cultural backlash against what they perceive as to be the sort of excesses of the liberal kind of world order.
Right. Sorry, Bart, you wanted to come in on that point. Go ahead, please. Sorry, we just interrupted you earlier.
I wanted to come in and say that NBC News has called Georgia for Trump, and it has given Senate control. And we've just had a statement which I couldn't hear by the coordinator for Harris's campaign, and everybody's gone home from where they had all gathered in Washington. I'm not clear what he said to them, but I think.
So, Bart, just one other point I think I'd like to try and emphasize. Almost, I've got every state in the swing towards the Republicans. Every state except 3 states, there's a positive swing, averaging around 2.53% unweighted. Now, what that means, and the seats look as though they're going to go over 300 for Trump, but it also means that with a 2.5 to 3% swing in favor of Republicans, the Republican and Democrat votes are going to be about the same across the country. They're going to be around about 49, 48.5% each. So while you're seeing seats being quite a sweep, in terms of votes, the country is going to be almost exactly divided. It's not as though Trump has got a huge margin of victory in terms of votes. So will that cause the Democrats to say this election has been stolen from them?
No, because one just before that, Harris will not speak until tomorrow, is what the co-chair of her campaign has said. Okay, coming back to your point, last time Trump lost by what, 10 million votes?
5%,
so
yeah.
I'm not sure what the complete turnout was this time, but it means he has made up at least 5 million votes, or the voting has been less.
Is the best to look at the percentages of. So last time it was like 51 to 46. Now it will be 48.5 each, something like that. But it's like people should realize it's not a sweep in terms of votes for the Republicans. Republicans and Democrats votes are going to be about the same, but because of the electoral college system, the Republicans get more electoral college votes.
By the way, that's live footage from Harris's sort of watch center, and you can see that people are leaving. It's emptied out quite a bit. And and Bart just said that she's not going to speak. The US media has reported that she's not going to speak until, I guess, tonight our time, much later. Right. But I guess that gives you a sense of where this is going now. It's pretty clear, I think.
Yeah, this is what happened in 2016 as well. Clinton didn't speak the night she lost. She waited until the next day to make a statement. So obviously Harris is not going to call Trump and concede tonight.
As soon as that, she may concede tonight. That's interesting.
No, she won't concede tonight.
She won't.
I mean, I don't think it's going to take very long for Pennsylvania to be called. It's at 90% and there's a 3% lead. I don't think it's going to be more than an hour or so before they call it, unless they stop counting.
Dorab, it is amazing, this uniform swing. Every state a swing, and American people who analyze elections and pollsters and media don't really talk about a uniform swing. Everything is seen as a different state, but it's a completely uniform swing. Even California, positive swing to the Republicans.
I think perhaps as societies get more polarized, swings get more uniform. There are not different pockets of thought, there's two pockets of thought. And with media being as powerful as it is driving them all in the same direction.
Right.
But in a sense, that also speaks to what we all said earlier, which is that these specific issues affecting different cohorts seem to all be getting universalized and flattened out, where you have this swing effect across the country.
But they're being distinguished.
Look at this is the contrasting footage. This is from the Trump Watch Center. So there you have his supporters packed. Yeah. I don't know if he's planning to speak tonight itself. We'll have to see. It's entirely possible that he will. And he's, as Bart was saying, they've called Georgia one of the key swing states in his favor, which has flipped actually from the Democrats to the Republicans this time. And I don't think Nevada has still started counting, but all the other major swing states, Dorab, it looks like he's going to take them all, and he's doing much better than 2020 in across the board, as you've been saying.
I said,
exactly.
2.5% up
from
everywhere. Nevada hasn't started counting. I can't believe it.
Nevada has not come in yet. No.
That's one of the swing states, but I think 6 electoral votes. Yeah. Once he gets Pennsylvania and he's done. I mean, then he's won. Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yes, Georgia and Pennsylvania are close to reporting.
Georgia's been called by
and Wisconsin as well is at 84%. Yeah. So I think Michigan's a bit further behind.
They're not counted as much. Yeah,
60-ish%. So we're waiting for Michigan and Nevada.
Michigan's only counted about
Atish,
58%. Yeah.
Atish, some final comments. I know you're on a rush to go to some party or the other. Final comments before
no celebration. I'm headed off.
No, you drink whether to celebrate or to commiserate, right? But you always have a drink. Yeah. Last final comments.
It really, before I came on, I was talking to my husband about the fact that there is something kind of, it's a fairly anti-intellectual moment in some senses, because like there was obviously something brewing for the last decade. We've seen it play out all over like Western democracies. We've seen it kind of, but here, like now at this point, that sort of tension, that kind of cultural war, like it's really for now been like victory's been declared, and there isn't like, I mean, I can't think of what it is that we need to, 10 years ago, there was so much to understand. And now one kind of looks one's defeat in the face. But I'm not sure what the intellectual lesson is actually.
Is the lesson possibly that the intellectual elite is out of touch with what's happening on the ground, what people are feeling?
That was the lesson 10 years ago.
So did the intellectual elite learn nothing from that?
I mean, I think that people have like if you read the magazines and the newspapers, like there's been a lot of effort at trying to understand and of looking at the other in the face and stuff. But I mean, there are certain distances that I think probably just can't be bridged, and one lives kind of like at a sort of odd angle to this other world. Like there's certain things about our way of life that we're not willing to sacrifice, and obviously the other side isn't. Like there was a funny moment that it happened to me at the Grand Canyon actually, where suddenly like there was a lady taking a photograph of this Korean tourist, and a guy walks up to her and he said to her, he's like, "Ma'am, I really love your cap." And I see this kind of flash of MAGA red, and she says, "Yeah, Trump all the way. Otherwise," and he says, "Otherwise, I don't know." And I was so surprised to see that it had become existential on both sides. That, and it's funny that it was at the Grand Canyon, because I mean, couldn't have a better metaphor for a chasm. But like, I really thought like we've tried to kind of bridge the distance, and we haven't obviously succeeded. And so kind of one side walks away in defeat, and one waits till the next time. Like I don't know if that much more can be done.
Okay, I'll just give you one bit of positive thought for you, not necessarily for unbiased media people like us, that it's just a 2% swing away from the Democrats and 2.5 say to the Republicans, and their votes overall about the same. So don't go by electoral college. That system is very much biased in favor of the Republicans, for various reasons. So there may be a bit of a sweep in electoral college, but in terms of the people's vote, it's about the same. Some consolation for you. Now you can go and party.
Isn't that what those who lose say to console themselves? Oh, I won the popular vote. But Atish,
right.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good night.
So Atish, there were clearly quite sort of shaken by the outcome of this result. But
I'm sure a lot of people are.
But what you're saying essentially is that this may not necessarily translate into a greater popular vote for Trump, or it will be a marginal
difference. Yeah.
So are you saying the popular vote may still go to Kamala Harris? No.
I don't know. That we'll
Because
have
if
to
he
look. It's
beats her in
still
the
early.
popular vote, he will really go to town with that as a big win, because he did.
But if he beats her, it'll be by like 0.5 or.
ठीक है.
Yeah, he can.
At this point, the difference is about 5 million in the popular vote between them.
Yeah.
Already. So
Yeah.
it's going to be tough to bridge.
Well, I guess California has to come in. All kinds of things still have to happen. But he lost by 5% last time. Now he'll win by maybe 0.5%.
But the Republicans, Narayan Lakshman, now have control of the Senate, the first time in 4 years. And that, again, as we were discussing earlier, is so key to how Trump will govern, because now he has control of a very key part of a legislature to get his agenda through.
Absolutely. I think we were talking earlier about checks and balances, and the whole Senate House judiciary setup was to do precisely that. But I think he's going to see untrammeled power compared to his first term. It could lead to major changes in foreign policy, effected through ease, like the Senate Appropriations Committee and all of that, which governs how these policies work and they're financed. I think you're going to see him have a free hand. So all the things we talked about, from tariffs to maybe pulling back inward into America.
But what are the good things that you think could happen with the Trump presidency that has a free hand like this? Like somebody said that he may actually get this Russia-Ukraine conflict to end.
That's one, but in that case, I was wondering actually.
Whose cost?
Yeah, and whose cost, and what happens to the Ukrainians?
And what happens to NATO?
Yeah, what happens to NATO, exactly. There are bigger echoes, second-order effects.
So you don't see anything good?
There will be some positives. So, for example, from our own perspective in Delhi, there's going to be very close scrutiny of China on what it does, and China is going to have to be careful in the South China Sea, for example. But I think those are strategic, sort of narrower calculations. If you look at the broad lens, we all know what Trump's vision is, and you're just going to see an intense and quick, fairly effective application of all his plans right away.
We can have a quick look at the swing states. We were just looking at that. If we can look at that graphic and see what the pollsters had forecast. Look at Arizona. The pollsters had forecast Republicans to win by 1.5. Georgia, they were right also. Michigan, they had forecast a 2.2% swing lead to the Democrats.
Yeah.
And it went to the Republicans. Every single swing state has gone to Trump, but by small percentage votes. We go on the next after Nevada. These are all leads, they're not yet called. You can see Wisconsin, the pollsters had clear victory for Democrats, gone to Republicans. So, but to be fair, all polls are within plus or minus 3% because the sample sizes are small. So these are not wildly wrong opinion polls. They just got the wrong winner. That doesn't matter.
The swing,
percentage, right?
the uniform swing. the uniform swings worked through the.
And these are the called ones. Just one being called so far. Georgia. Any more? North Carolina.
Very small
and
numbers.
Pennsylvania, he's got a big enough margin, I think, now, because Pennsylvania's Baj was also pointing out. Yeah, 90% of the votes are counted. So I think you'll probably have a declaration there pretty soon, which everyone actually thought would be the state. That it would go down to the wire here. So he's like 51.2% there. She's at 47.8. So there's a comfortable enough gap for Trump. I think Pennsylvania will probably be close.
2%. It's 2% and he's got it.
Yeah.
The whole thing is it's a 2% election.
Yeah. So maybe there will be a conversation about the Electoral College again. In this case, I mean, it's not.
But now he's in charge of the political. So with him in charge, the Republicans benefit so much from the Electoral College. I don't think that's going to change under the Trump. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
But it's basically a 2.2 to 3% election.
What was the logic, Narayan Lakshman, for the Electoral College? Why was it introduced as a buffer, basically?
So it was in the 1700s when there was the Constitution Convention, which I think was debating the issue, and they wanted to prevent two things. One, as Ambassador Meera Shankar said, was to prevent demagogues from easily entering government and capturing government. The other was a concern that the Confederates, despite losing, would be actually able to enter and then reshape the nation. But as I said, since then and leading up to, I think, 1969, it has always been on the ballot. And in 1969, they were actually going to abolish it, and the House passed a motion, but it didn't clear. So I think Americans see this checks and balances aspect of it as being critical to what they do, which is also why we keep seeing many elections where you have the results poised on a knife's edge.
But when you have the smallest 10, 15 states having the same populations, California, and having so many more electoral votes, I mean, the question is they'll never consent to it because you need 2/3 of the state legislature to agree to any constitutional change. This proposition has been put for a change more times than any other proposition in American history to abolish the.
And don't you also need a supermajority in Congress to get it?
I don't
passed?
know. Certainly
Which is
2/3 of the state.
Two-thirds
which
as
you
well,
never
because
get. A
you
North
can
Dakota,
filibuster.
South Dakota,
Why
which
should
got
they
3
ever?
votes. Why should they ever agree? Montana, 3 votes, smaller than Greater Kailash. Why should they agree?
Absolutely. We'll be going across back to Pavni in a little while in New York. She's been bravely standing there. But Baj, are you still there? Or you
Yes, very
decided
much
to
so,
take a
Nidhi.
nap?
I took a short nap when Dorab and Prannoy were discussing uniform swing. No.
Not only you, everybody took a short nap.
No, so Baj, I mean, let's face it now, it looks like President Trump right now. There's no chance of Kamala Harris making it.
You never know.
Oh,
I think
Only time will tell.
yeah, many things.
Remains to be seen.
Yeah, actually, if you look at the map of Pennsylvania, you see the 3-4 counties that last time voted for Biden, including the county he was born in, have all turned pink. And if you look at the number of votes left to be counted, I mean, there really isn't very much chance of Democrats holding that. In fact, the county that has the largest number of votes outstanding is Bucks County, and Trump is leading in that county by 2% of the votes. So it takes a lot to swing this. The question is, what is Trump going to do? Everybody talked about the 2025 project. Is that something that we're going to see? And I think, is that something people should be worried about? That, I think, is clearly the issue.
Although he distanced himself from Project 25, didn't he? He repeatedly denied having anything to do with it.
But he can now say, I was the progenitor of the project. Nothing stops him. I mean,
yeah, he can say that I had nothing to do with it, but now it sounds very good to me, or whatever.
Yeah, true. Narayan, could you give us just for those who don't know what Project 25 is? Essentially, it is a right-wing American think tank that drew up sort of a wish list of things that Trump could implement as president, which also includes giving the president sort of unfettered power, amongst other things.
Including
immunity and so on. So it became actually a huge talking point, but doesn't seem to have sort of deterred
the
voters.
Supreme Court has already given him the immunity. It has said
Exactly.
that the president in power doesn't have to face any criminal.
Yeah, I think they made some fine distinction in terms of acts committed while in office versus acts when he was unrelated to his official role. But I think to what Dorab was saying earlier, he's probably been waiting for this result to come out before he could actually say, I own this, because we know that during his first term, he very strongly pushed for, the kinds of powers which earlier would have been inconceivable, including, let's take the Georgia, election interference case, where he actually, the telephone records where he's called, I think it was Raffensperger, and asked him to come up with a certain number of votes.
and again, it's a state case.
Right. But again, it speaks to the ease with which these boundaries of institutions themselves are diluted and transgressed over. So I think Project 25 is very much it's back in play.
What we should look for now is, assuming that Trump has won, is what happens to those cases in the interim until 20th of Jan.
Right.
Whether,
But would a lame duck president actually be able to take any actions to, or even their DOJ do anything?
No, DOJ in his time could withdraw the case. Right. But the question is, if he were convicted first, say, in a lower court, you could, of course, pardon yourself or just or appeal and get it to Supreme Court and get yourself cleared. But I don't know. See, it's an open question as to whether he can pardon himself.
Right. But I just want to point out here, and Baj, if you can come in on this, Trump is actually only 23 electoral college votes away from being declared the winner. And if Pennsylvania gets called, and it could be very soon because now 90% of votes are counted there, that's 19 electoral college votes. And then you have Wisconsin, which is also about 86%. So we could actually, I mean, see him declared the winner soon.
Very soon.
Today?
Raj?
Yeah, very soon. Very soon. I mean, I don't know what. I don't think they're going to wait very long. I think they're going to call
What a
Pennsylvania.
pity. We thought we'd be here for a week.
Couldn't wait for that. Couldn't wait. Okay, Pavni's back with us. She's at Trump Tower now. She's moved down the block a bit. And I'm sure he's got supporters gathered there already at Trump Tower. Pavni, I can see lots of people behind you. And of course, the red shirts dancing behind you as well.
Pavni, that's a quick switch. Within few hours, you've gone to Trump Tower. I see.
The rents have gone up.
This morning, yes, and in fact, where I was there, the crowd had started to thin at Rockefeller Center, so I thought worthwhile to come and check out. And this is where really the party is. Trump Tower, one of the most famous residences in New York City. Again, the focus as Trump inches closer to victory, and we've been seeing supporters storm this place. I've seen people actually carry Israel flags. We've seen a lot of people from the Orthodox Jewish community. They, of course, have been traditional Trump supporters. I've seen people here, and you will probably see them too. They're wearing the red caps, the red T-shirts. They have the U.S. flag. They were dancing.
We can see the dancer behind you. He's pretty active.
Yeah, there's been a group sort of flash mob scene going on a few minutes ago. We kind of missed that, but hopefully they'll start again while we're still chatting. And this just comes minutes after Georgia was declared for Trump. And what one of the supporters pointed out was it's not just that he flipped the state back; it's also that margin that is so much bigger than what was earlier anticipated, even by his supporters.
And is there any news, Pavni, about whether Trump will speak? Because it's now looking like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin will be called soon. Is there any indication that he may speak in the next few hours? Kamala Harris, we hear, will not speak until tomorrow your time.
Yes, that's true. In fact, the co-chair of the Harris campaign gave a speech earlier saying that they feel pretty confident that this was part of their calculation and that they believe the blue wall will still hold. As far as Trump, we haven't heard anything directly, but, he already had indicated that, he expected to win. So he was pretty clear that at some point he was going to declare victory. At the time, it felt like he was going to declare victory to sort of ensure that he could start talking about voter fraud in case the election goes the other way. So that is what most people had sort of anticipated. With things going more decisively his way, it is very much possible that he could, be setting up and, or someone from his campaign joining very soon.
So I presume he wants to speak at a time when there's a large audience. This is not the time. So perhaps he waits till the morning in Mar-a-Lago, dresses up like the King of America, and then gives a speech.
This is the other thing, the age factor. Sorry, I'm thinking associating sleep with age.
Yes.
No, but I must say
that never really worked in Kamala's favor at all. Because
he had a lot of energy. There's no doubt about it.
And that was the big shift that the Democrats wanted to make, right?
And the most impressive thing was his dancing. Right?
Yeah. Really? I thought not the one I sent you.
He might actually sweep all the swing states. He's leading in Nevada also
Nevada
very comfortably.
It's not called, but it's
75% of the votes counted in Nevada, and he's got a very comfortable 3-4 point percentage lead over Kamala Harris. Yeah. So that means that he actually could walk away with a victory in all the swing states, which is quite something.
He went up 0.8% and he's won it.
I think
he won it last time also, so he's holding it.
He's holding it.
Only remaining chance might be Michigan, if at all.
Arizona too is very close. It's within 0.5%.
Michigan,
Arizona's
Michigan
50 and 49.2.
It's about 61% of
votes. But they both have lower.
The gap has increased
and
in
only
Michigan,
50% counted in Arizona.
Yeah, so Arizona's a little closer.
Is the gap increasing there? Do we know?
I don't really know. No.
It's been about the same for the last hour or so.
This Maricopa County that will determine what's happening.
I must say, they're not the greatest
dancers. because Is that what you
Well,
mean?
must have other
At
strengths.
3 in the morning, they've had other lubrication.
We just saw Sikh Americans for Trump.
Sikh
How
is
did that
also-
happen?
Anytime.
I think there's a 6 for Trump PAC. Or,
Is there?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's a solid lobby.
Okay, yeah, these are actually shots from our camera, from Pavni's camera there. So
Parsis for Trump?
That's the one missing.
No.
Probably be there by the next election cycle.
But just Pavni, are you still there? Can you hear us? Yeah, just because you've been talking to supporters on both sides of the political divide, and what was it? What were the key things that drove Republican voters? What is the sense you got from them, particularly younger voters?
I think there's one thing that, Trump supporters believe they had won the last election. So a lot of them this was their chance to sort of, make sure they solidified that victory. So that was very much there in the sentiment. And overall, there's been a strong sense of anti-establishment. The economy, especially, has been a huge, huge problem. As far as young people are concerned, there's a lot of concern that this economy just doesn't work for young people. Now, let's be very clear. In terms of young people, most people voting for Trump are men, and most of them are those without college degrees. And the way they see an America that is going towards a post-industrial economy that favors people with college degrees. Those are the wages that are rising. Those are the jobs that are there. But if you're a blue-collar worker, the chances are that, there are fewer jobs because according to them, those jobs are being either exported or taken away by migrants who they say are keeping wages low. Migration, again, a huge issue, especially for blue-collar worker, because for them, that becomes an issue with wages also, and there's a lot of cultural anxiety. The other thing that young men will tell you is that they're just not comfortable with the overall environment of, how things are going in terms of, how these changes are affecting their notion of what men are supposed to be in society. They have been brought up to believe that you have a family where a man is the primary breadwinner. Now they're seeing women get many more opportunities, women getting higher paid jobs, women seeing increase in number of jobs in sectors like healthcare that men are just largely not comfortable working in. So all those changes combined are what is really fueling support for Trump, especially among young men, especially in rural America.
Right.
But can I ask, Prannoy, do you think that Trump is actually offering them a solution in terms of changing the way the economy works, the job system, the availability of opportunities?
I think a lot of the policies he's promised does speak to that. Now, to be clear, at least 300 economists have come out and signed letters saying that Trump's economic plan will be disastrous. They point out that, last time they said Mexico will pay for the wall, China will pay for the tariffs. They said that did not happen, that will not happen. But at the end of the day, when people look at the economic metrics, like the stock market, it was doing pretty well under Trump's presidency. Now, macroeconomically speaking, the U.S. economy is doing well. Job growth is strong. Inflation is coming down. The Fed is expected to meet this week and cut rates. But for people, they are just not seeing that. Prices still remain high. For them, it's just too expensive. So, they're seeing this person offering something. The other thing that Trump talks about when it comes to migration, he said he will have the largest deportation in history. Now, during his term, there were a lot of deportations. Interestingly, the number of deportations under Trump were lesser than what was under President Obama. But under President Biden, migration and immigration has just soared. It is probably the highest it's been under any president. And that is also driving some of the anxiety. But finally, Trump is a showman. He is a celebrity. And that is something that, is something that's very peculiar to American culture as well. But they see him as this macho figure who can really sort of reinstate the values that they grew up with.
Right. Pavni, stay with us. If you'd like to go and have a chat with some of the supporters behind you, you're welcome to do that in a bit. So we'll just come back to you. I also find it interesting, Narayan Lakshman, that since it's working class Americans who seem to identify across ethnicities with Trump. I mean, he's a billionaire, a rich guy, and they think that he understands what they're going through. It's kind of a paradox.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think he was very strategic about how he positioned this issue in his first term,
whereas Kamala Harris actually comes from a family
actual,
that
the
immigrated,
immigrant
worked
story
hard,
and,
worked their way up. Yeah,
absolutely. But I think this is again what she said about the showmanship and the careful packaging, where he happened to be at the forefront of that global movement of nativist populism. It was Brexit, it was happening in India, in Turkey, all over the place. And he sort of heralded this anti-political correctness movement, but one that was fiercely rooted in claiming to work for the middle class and thereby also tying into the whole deglobalization movement. So all of these elements were very, if you ask me, quite astutely put together as a campaign rhetoric. And I think that the hope for that to be revived is what has been the wind under in the sails of the Trump campaign this time. Exactly. Now, whether he can deliver, that's a different...
He's changed every rule the Republican Party observed in the old days. It was a pro-immigration party, it was a pro-trade party, pro-international party. So he's just reversed that rule. The question is, if he drives the immigrants out, what will it lead to? It will lead to inflation, because they are doing the jobs that Americans aren't doing. They are plucking the grapes and God knows what else. So, I think they'll have to, the only way is to find out after the end of 4 years whether in fact the Republican Party can ever go back to being the party that it was. Perhaps those days are over, and that you have to have like every country in Europe, you have to have a nativist, very xenophobic party that is anti-immigrant.
Exactly. I think therein, Dorab, lies the sort of unexplained X factor of Trump, which we're all trying to in some ways put our thumb on. But to actually understand whether this election victory of his, which appears to be a victory, was about race. But then no, we have certain, as Ambassador Shankar said, every block of a certain race breaks down in how it is voted. So it's not about race. So is it about economic opportunity? Is it about jobs? But no. Okay, inflation was the standout, but the Biden administration did pretty well in terms of, actually recovering from COVID, the whole economy. And I think that mystery is also what keeps people very excited. And maybe Kamala Harris and the Democrats as a party looking for a new leader or leadership are missing. Trump has the sheer charisma and the sort of unnamed magnetism that he has, for better or worse, is what delivered him this result.
And the sheer ability to beat everybody down in his own party.
And what Prannoy was saying earlier about it, he seems Teflon coated. The more he makes these obscene remarks, it just boosts him in the eyes of...
It doesn't have any, it just bounces off.
Impermeable.
So I believe we have, just checking with our director, we have the package ready of the Trump celebrities? Okay, that's coming, because just interesting that you had people like Oprah Winfrey, Jennifer Lopez, Taylor Swift, of course, the biggest celebrity of all, endorsing Harris. Of course, Swift's fans are largely tweens, so they wouldn't have voted. But
on the other side is a man from The Apprentice. Don't forget that. He himself is a star.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So we have a package of some of those celebrities who endorsed Trump over the last few weeks and months. Interesting list of characters.
Wrestler, what is he called?
Hulk Hogan. Wrestler.
And Joe Rogan.
He did the 3-hour interview.
But these are the guys who have the highest number of listeners. I mean, like Joe Rogan. They are.
But didn't make much difference to her.
No.
Or maybe she would have done worse.
No, I think many people say that, celebrities don't work anymore. Now, whether political celebrities don't work, I don't know. A Bill Clinton or a Barack Obama don't work, I don't know, but I think
my question to your point, Prannoy, is what are the Democrats going to go away with after this election and lick their wounds, and what are they going to come up with? So, of course, they're going to look at the popular vote split, which you correctly said
so
remains.
Let's take a look at those endorsements that Trump got.
Take a look at what happened.
There's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
I think with the Trump presidency, we're going to get secure borders, we're going to get safe cities, we're going to get sensible spending, we're going to get deregulation, so we have sensible regulation, and we can unlock the power of the giant that is America.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? 4 years ago, under President Trump, we had energy. We were an energy independent nation. We had cheap gas. We were actually exporting oil to our allies and our friends. Today, Putin is making money hand over fist.
We're going to take this country back. We're going to fight and make America great again.
Feeling positive. We're going to win this. There's one vote, one choice, and it's Trump all the way.
For me, the top issue is probably the economy, just how much the price of everything has risen. Rent is kind of sky high right now. I know a lot of people that have personally struggled under the Biden administration, and I just really hope that Trump can do something about that.
Well, actually, those were key moments from the Trump campaign, not just endorsements. And of course, that assassination attempt on him, a huge talking point. Dorab, if you remember, many thought that that was a big turning point in the sense that he would have a huge wave of sympathy. But then something happened, which was that Biden stepped down and Kamala Harris took over. And so she suddenly had momentum for a while. And the focus wasn't so much on that assassination attempt. But he really did play up on that.
Yes, he kept on saying that they're trying to kill me. Kept on saying that again and again. You know, I think his ability to hold an audience, inspire an audience, in whichever way you might not like or not like, I think it's phenomenal. I think he's the greatest performer for a long time after Barack Obama. Who's the most sober?
Something amazing happened between the first week of October and the 20th of October. Her lead in the betting markets, she had a 14% lead. It went down to 0% in 2 weeks. What happened in those 2 weeks?
This is between the last week of August after the convention?
No. First week of October to the 20th of October.
Oh, right.
Just recently.
Right.
2 weeks, she lost everything. And nobody has quite figured out
He
what
was
happened.
way ahead after that.
Then he just went on and on going. Those 2 weeks made her from 14 lead down to 0. Why those 2 weeks, we have to figure out.
Paj, I mean, any perspective from there on what changed for the Harris campaign in October?
Well, first I want to say Trump is going to speak to supporters very soon according to his campaign. So he's probably going to say that I won the election like he did last time and close the argument there. I think a lot of people have said that her campaign focusing on democracy and abortion actually didn't work. Abortion had been moved into a state thing. And if you see, like I said earlier, the results of all the referendums that have taken place, states are changing their own abortion thing. And many of them are Republican states where Republican voters have joined Democrats and brought these referendums through. It's a non-issue for a large number of people. And I don't think it's an issue that can drive you to victory in the same way it did help Democrats in 2022, especially in a national election. I think her record on immigration under scrutiny hurt her because she was supposed to be in charge of immigration at one point in time and really didn't do very much. I think the other thing is if you watch her, she is, unlike Trump, she can't extempore, speak, present what she wants to say. Even her criticisms or replies to Trump on a daily basis when she gets off the plane were all read as a statement. It wasn't as if she was talking off the cuff and being able, And so she comes across slightly robotic, I think.
But you know, democracy was one of the, according to one of the big exit polls done as voting was taking place, it was right up there with immigration and inflation as an issue. So then what happened?
I know, but that's it. Democracy, economy, and abortion, and the fourth one. The other one didn't have democracy in the list at all.
Right.
So,
okay.
I don't know.
I just wanted to, we've got a graphic ready on how this is a 2% election. Just look at every single state. It's just a record. And of course, these numbers will change as more and more votes get counted. But if you can see, we can have it on the big screen as well. You can see the tiny swings, but every state is a uniform swing towards the Republicans. Can we have it? Oh, there it is on the big screen. So Alabama 3, California, even California +3 to the Republicans, Delaware +2, Florida +5. But otherwise 1, 2, 3. Let's move on. Sorry?
Connecticut's nearly 6%.
Yeah. The whole thing averages around 2.5 or 2.6. Georgia 1.6, Illinois 4.7, but it's all positive, all positive. Only I think 4 states are a negative swing on the Republican. The theory of uniform there, Montana minus 1.4.
He went by 30% anyway.
Yeah, yeah. We're talking about the swing now.
Yeah.
Nebraska minus 0.5. Otherwise 2.6, 5.3, 2. All positive swings. It's a uniform swing across the country, but a small swing. It's not a landslide in terms
But they're
of...
big swings in Democratic states.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry?
In the blue states, they're pretty big swings, in like +5 in New York, no? Or is that not?
There's a lot of congressional seats.
Yeah.
5% is a huge swing.
Plus, I mean, it's less than the swing to Biden last time. It's like... it's not a landslide electorally. If you look at it, you don't get these kind of small swings, 1.3, 1.5. But the interesting thing is the uniform swing across the entire country. Utah minus 0.5, 1.5. So there are 3 or 4 like that.
Right.
So what does that tell us in terms of psyche of the voter? Is it that just that deep down there was a sense that there's unequivocally no one but Trump? Is that what is pushed people?
Well, it's a marginal preference. It's not like an overwhelming,
But the fact that you said it happened across
the country, which American
to
analysts don't focus on that uniform swing at all. And it's so clear that it's most unusual right across the country, the same thing. So the same issues, there were broad issues, not very many local issues.
I would like to see if there is a change in the turnout. Whether it's people are hoping that Harris's people are voting that bringing more people out would make them win.
Actually, that was the key, getting their people to come out and vote, both for the Democrats in particular, because they were so uncomfortable with how close
Republicans
the race
have done it probably. So once figures come out, we'll know.
We have Neelam Deo, the co-founder of the think tank Gateway House, joining us now. Also, Vivek Mishra, a fellow with the Observer Research Foundation. Thank you very much to both of you for being with us. Neelam Deo, your first thoughts on this election. It very much looks like it will be President Trump 2.0. We are also expecting to hear from him in the next few hours. What we were talking about just now is the kind of gains that he has made uniformly, not just in Republican states, but in Democratic states as well. He's made significant gains in those states too. How do you look at that, in terms of his victory?
Well, I think we might have to look at the anti-incumbency. Biden had a unprecedented low approval rating. He perhaps stayed on too long. She had just over 3 months to run the campaign. All of that. I think also that, maybe it still is a factor. We'll find out as the analysis comes on. But misogyny remains a factor in most societies. I'm sure it hasn't gone away in American society either. And certainly during the campaign, uh, former President Trump, certainly, the kind of adjectives he used against her, which clearly seemed to have resonated with his base in those various rallies. Maybe that was a factor, but it is clear that she wasn't able to shake off her association, the fact that she was the sitting vice president and not some outsider underdog as she had tried to project herself as.
Neelam, I'm going to ask you to use your brilliant mind to look ahead now. I've known you as a brilliant mind for many years, and that won't have changed. So what's going to change now in America?
I think that, I mean, despite the importance of America, despite its size, its influence, I think we have to see that this is a global wave, the move towards the right. It's not unprecedented that President Trump has done so well and that he has retained such a strong base. Look at the European countries, look in Asia, look at ourselves. So I think that's what we have to try to look for, a kind of consolidation of society towards the right. The sense that too many changes have happened and too many more changes had begun to happen. So, the gains women had made in the last 40, 50 years, or, for example, this whole debate that the Republicans concentrated on about transgender people in women's sport. These are all changes which have been hard to assimilate, perhaps because the pace has been too fast. And we are certainly seeing similar trends in many other countries.
I wanted to sort of ask you again about the gender question that you brought up, because we do see that Trump has a lot of support amongst male voters, and this seems to now be even amongst he has more support amongst black males also. Of course, African Americans are still largely voting with the Democrats, but the fact that he has gained support in these groups or amongst Latinos has been a point that we've been talking about. But what explains that Trump has, at least in the past, and we'll have to look at the data now, white women have overwhelmingly voted for him in the past, and they've said that they plan to do the same even now. So how does that fit in? Is it that American women too, like they've actually undid Hillary Clinton's campaign too in 2016? Are American women also averse to a woman president?
I don't know that they are necessarily averse to a woman president, but a lot of the constituencies that you named, African American men leaning towards the Republicans, some, still a small percentage, Latino men, suburban women are like that. They are conservative groups. And it should not surprise anyone that the rate of change, the number of things that have been changing are having an impact on people having to reconfigure their own lives, the way they think, etc. And there is also the fact that globally there is so much change happening that I think that consciously and unconsciously, people are kind of looking for change to slow down a little bit.
We have Vivek Mishra, the Deputy Director, SSP with the Observer Research Foundation, also with us. Vivek Mishra, your thoughts on why this election has gone Trump's way, and what does a second Trump presidency possibly hold for the world in particular?
Thank you for having me. First, I think there are 2 or 3 main to me why this went this way. The first is that the American electorate did not see Harris as having competed in a process of leading from the primaries to the caucuses and above. So I was in my conversations with many of the people here. Really, it came out that people did not see that that burnout of the campaign that candidates go through. The second was economy and immigration. I think everybody seems to be directly or indirectly. So even West, would tell you that, and they might not have encountered any illegal, but they will tell you that it's a problem in the country. And when you ask them, you are not affected by them, then they tell you that I will be in a few years if I don't stop this. So I think directly or indirectly, people see illegal immigration as, and this was certainly by the Republican campaign blown out of proportion in terms of the Haiti example that was given for the Springfield, etc. But that resonated with people even in places like DC, where just outside University, George Washington University here, there are homelessness, there are camps, which wasn't a part of the DC. It's got into the people's psyche. And third, I think that the Republican Party really were able to twist the tail of the economy. So clearly, the Biden administration, if you look at the figures, they were able to bring down the inflation at some point to a very significantly low degree. But I think it did not resonate with the common people in the sense that their conversations would always bring things like groceries, which continue to be high in terms of affordability. So I think that, and Biden administration focused on bigger initiatives when it came to economy, like the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and the Sciences Act, which I think did not resonate because it would touch the people's lives in the next 30 years. And it did not really have an impact directly on the ground.
I think that's been spoken
those
of.
three factors to my
That
mind
there were
really
things that the Biden administration did that he would not get credit for now, but may actually impact people's lives decades from now. So in that sense, do you agree with Neelam Dio that Kamala Harris wasn't able to shake off the tag of being associated with Joe Biden and his White House?
Oh, absolutely. She was always seen as hyphenated with Biden, and that she was the two things that the Republicans attacked them for. One was the immigration. They called her the border czar, which she wasn't. But that tag really caught on with the Republican voter base, and there was a bit of a truth to it, that she was handled the portfolio of the Central American countries, which are responsible in many ways for a majority of the illegal immigration that comes into this country. So, and that became a symbol of her failure, apparently, and so that she couldn't throw that baggage off her shoulders, certainly.
She tried to, but obviously unsuccessfully. So if you could look into the future, as Prannoy likes to ask, how do you see a second Trump presidency? As I said, in terms of geopolitics in particular, some have suggested he might actually be good to bring the Russia-Ukraine conflict to an end. What would he be like for the Middle East and certainly for India?
I think be ready for some surprises. And if you look at if the last Trump administration was a template of any sort, although the world has changed considerably since then, but I think just leading up to these elections, he has had a significant conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, and he has told him categorically to wrap up the mess, quote unquote, before he comes to office, which is a clear signal that he doesn't want any war on his watch, and which is what he sold his campaign for. So I think people genuinely believe that during his last term, there were no wars, and therefore he wants to keep that track record very clean. On the Ukraine question, I think it's going to be more complicated. And I just came across the news that the Republicans will now have flipped the Senate, which means they will have the control of the House as well as the Senate, which means they can actually, if they want, they can support Ukraine, but I don't think they will. So it's going to be very difficult. I think there is a consensus in DC that he will try to bring Vladimir Putin and Zelensky on the negotiating table on the current situation on the battlefield, and then negotiate. But we'll see where that goes.
Right. Neelam, do you agree with the what Vivek Mishra was saying there, to expect surprises as far as Trump's foreign policy priorities are concerned, or how he deals with conflicts, although I don't know how Netanyahu would necessarily sort of look at being told to wrap it up, how he would interpret that.
I agree with him largely. I just want to add a couple of things. One is that the position that he will take on NATO. In his previous term, he had really, to put it in an oversimplified way, frightened the Europeans. The Europeans have certainly been very apprehensive that he might get re-elected now. So he may or may not take America out of NATO, but the question is that he will change the kind of support that the Biden administration had tried to reinstitute for NATO. That obviously will have implications also for the Ukraine-Russia situation, even though the West Europeans have been trying to say that they are making support for Ukraine Trump-proof. So they've tried to cement their support, but their support has not even been half of the money, the weapons, and the support that went out of the United States. So that will certainly bring about a change in that conflict. Whether he is able to, as he has claimed, talk to Putin and finish the war in 3 days and all that, we will have to see. But that's really important. One factor which didn't get discussed much during the campaign, even by Trump himself, is really China, except in the context of trade. He's said that he's going to put a 10-20% tariff on all imports into the United States. That obviously will affect everybody and kind of upturn the global economy, which will have to adjust to this. But and a 60% tariff in imports coming in from China. I don't know whether he can do that because so much of industry, I mean, in the United States itself, depends also on inputs from China. And all economies now are really intertwined in ways that any abrupt shift like this would really bring about quite catastrophic economic effect. And I think he and his advisors will be careful because they understand that it was fully that inflation is what has taken down the Democrats and inequality of incomes, even though unemployment in the United States was at a kind of historical low, just about 4%. So I think the economic aspects of the positions that the Republicans will take, if they come into power, will have to be moderated unless they it comes as a big shock.
That's the key point, Neelam. What changes do you see in the economy? He says he's going to reduce corporate tax from, I think it's 21% down to 15%. That's a huge reduction. And he's going to do, so one is the economy and the others on immigration. For America internally, what changes do you see?
So, changing the tax rate is one of the easy ones. And certainly all big business and everybody will be happy to hear that their taxes are going down. The question will be really the consequences of tariffs, if actually they are raised and raised in this manner across the board. That does not help generate and stimulate specific industries in the United States when already it receives the highest amounts of investment from across the world. I mean, other countries anyhow are investing in manufacturing in the United States. So tariffs could cause much greater disruption and unhappiness and loss of jobs than simply reducing the tax rate. I see that as a really big problem for the United States and even bigger perhaps for the rest of the world. I mean, for Europe, for Mexico, for Canada, for India, the United States is a significant importer of what we manufacture or where we export our services. And of course, the US-China relationship will be shaped by the economic measures that are taken by a Republican government.
Right. So just wanted to bring everyone up to speed because we're looking at more than 94% of votes counted in Pennsylvania now. So that's key. The New York Times is giving Trump a more than 95% chance of winning Pennsylvania. That is 19 electoral college votes, which will just make him, I think, 4 short of the magic number of 270. And the other race where they're counting is Wisconsin. 88% of votes counted there. An 85% chance of Trump winning there, according to the New York Times. So if these 2 states are called soon, we could actually, have game's over. And it looks like it might be sooner than expected. Doc wanted this to go on for a week.
I was hoping to watch a Kate ki takkar. That's what everybody said it was, but it doesn't turn out to be. In fact, as we say, that 2.5% swing, with more and more votes are getting counted, it could go up to 3.5. So it is quite a sizable change, no doubt about it, and uniform across the country.
Just this point on polls, because we've had this debate so much in India with the horrendous disaster of our exit polls, etc. But even in the US...
Not when he used to do it.
But even in the US, are Republican voters in particular, Dorab, reluctant to speak to pollsters? They don't trust anybody.
2016, that was the hypothesis, that Trump voters were hidden voters. They didn't want to say. It was embarrassing to say the Trump voters.
Or that they didn't trust pollsters. They don't trust legacy institutions. There's a thing of questioning.
Yes, but the pollsters have tried to remedy that through various ways. Because in America, many of the people who are voters are registered with the political parties. So you then say that I must get 40% of whatever anyway. So they've tried to remedy it, but their samples are so small, 600 in Pennsylvania, 800 somewhere else. And then I read somewhere that in one case, they had to contact 200 people to get one answer. Now, you assume, okay, they're all 200, they're all 35 to 45, but they aren't the same. And the margin of error they talk about is for a random sample. When you go to contact 200 people to get one guy, it's hardly random.
So are you going to now move from being a pollster to a betting man?
No, I said from the beginning,
the betting market did well.
Polling in America is, it's a very... I'd like to see what Dr. Roy's guru, his favorite man, Nate Silver, says tomorrow. Yesterday he said, Harris was winning.
Yeah.
Let's wait for what he says tomorrow.
I mean, one question that still bothers me is, if indeed there were undecided or unrevealing voters of their preferences, why was it, according to the polls, on razor's edge to the very end? Because that tells you then that there's even more Trump voters who are they still not revealing their preference? What is
the question is, for instance, you're asked in a poll, will you vote? You say yes, and then you don't roll up. Or the turnout also makes you go to only 65%.
No, but they captured that. There were reports where they had those who had already voted in early voting.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying any poll, you have people, in the end, 65% vote. If 67% vote, where do those 2 extra percent come from? If 63% vote, don't vote. Only 63 vote. Are they young? Are they old? Are they men? Are they women? Are they white? Are they black? So, the turnout itself is an issue.
Polling
here too.
Assess turnout. Generally, turnout is
a very hazardous occupation.
Yeah.
And particularly with small samples, in a large, diverse country. I mean, we have, some of our guys have samples of 5 and 6 lakhs here. They have a sample of 2,000 for the country. And a country poll is useless. Because nobody votes for the country, you vote for your state.
Maybe polling should incorporate some element of the betting markets, lessons learned there, because there you're putting your money where your mouth is.
But there is a guy called Hugo that predicted put $20 million. So we have our betting markets too in Rajasthan. Yeah. But one guy by putting 100 crores can change the market.
So subject to manipulation.
I think you just can't, unless it's a landslide, which is what we love. Landslides are easy to project. Nothing can go wrong.
Right.
Tight polls can't be projected.
By the way, something that Doc pointed out earlier, stock markets across Asia have gone up. with the possibility of victory, a Donald Trump victory. So that's interesting.
I get a feeling they would have gone up anyway if they know what they hate is uncertainty.
Yeah, that
They need
it's
certainty.
certain one way or another. I think
Yeah.
the media will also be relieved to that extent that there's a degree of certainty. I just wanted to ask Vivek Mishra very quickly. On the Indian American vote, we were trying to discuss it earlier. It's not a large voting bloc, about 2.5 million people, generally more favorable to the Democrats. But this time, a larger number said that they would vote for Trump, although they're still predominantly Democrat. And again, is it to do with bread and butter issues that they face, in living in the US as Indian Americans? Or why is that, that support shifting?
So I think, to my mind, there are two things that are critical to them for this election. One was Trump's promise that he will give tax breaks to, and most of the Indian Americans are, as you know, one of the well-to-do communities here, and they are mostly hoteliers, into businesses. So he really directly appealed to them on tax breaks. So one was that. The second one, I think that, interestingly, the Indian Americans who've lived here for generations also told me that they are concerned about immigration, illegal immigration particularly, so that was surprising to me, and not surprising because I think they identify themselves as Americans and not as Indians. But I think to hear from them on these lines was really different tone than before. So I think those two importance are critical. Plus, there is also the idea now, I think, the transboundary connections and people-to-people connections from India, the socio-religious impact that is now spilling over in other countries from India, and that solidarity that you have with back home, I think also rings with the Trump crowd in many ways, and you see that sympathy flowing over, whether it's the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi or Mr. Trump. Plus, he's also seen as business friendly. He's seen as somebody who's likely to promote business interests with India. And in fact, it was the one Indian American PAC actually pressured the Trump campaign to bring out that statement against attacks on Hindus in Bangladesh. So that was interesting. I mean, Trump could actually do that because he had been pressured for quite some time, but it seemed like he eventually gave way to bringing that, and he was not totally willing to do that because it came out very, very towards the very end of his campaign. So that was
a little more
interesting to me.
detail
So
of
there
what you're saying. The Carnegie study on Indians and how are they going to vote showed that Indian women, whether they were born in America or whether they became American citizens being born in India, were voting for Kamala Harris. But those men who are born in America are voting for Trump. And those men who were born in India but became American citizens later voted for Kamala Harris. So the average vote was about 67%, except for the young Americans born in America. 50% of them voted for Trump, and about 40% voted for Kamala Harris. Why that difference? People born in America versus uncles and aunties.
I think it's interesting in the way that there's also, I think, a gender divide playing very much into the Trump campaign. And I was looking at statistics just before coming here, which is overwhelmingly the women have voted for Trump, and that's interesting in a way that it's not expected. There was a groundswell of support, at least in the polls, for in the favor of Kamala Harris, which it really didn't turn into a vote. And I think people often draw a comparison with Hillary Clinton's campaign, but I think the two are very different. Hillary Clinton had a legacy element to it. Plus, also she was identified as a Democrat elite, which I don't think Kamala Harris was. She had a lot of advantages there. And therefore, I personally was looking at these sentiments really translating into votes, which it did not.
Right, very interesting. Neelam, you were talking about anti-incumbency. If we look at a graphic about the swing again, let's look at the swing in favor of Republicans. Now look at Republicans swing in swing states. Every swing state had a swing in favor of the Republicans. Arizona 1.02, Georgia 1.6, Michigan 4.4, but all positive. Now if we go to the Democrat states, again, all swings in favor of the Republicans. 3.48, 1.08. These are Democrat states. So this is slight anti-incumbency state-wise. Of course, there is the overall anti-incumbency across the country. But here you see Minnesota 2%, all swings in favor of Republicans. Washington DC, which is about almost 80% voting for Democrats, still there was a swing in favor of the Republicans. And in Republican states, again a swing in favor of Republicans. I think this uniform swing of 2, 3, 4%, and it may go up a bit as more and more votes get counted, is remarkable. And is this therefore, it wasn't a state-wise election, no peculiar local factors. There was an overall, across America, anti-incumbency mood. Is that what you could make of this?
You know, anti-incumbency is clear in the fact that economy topped the issues of concern almost in every poll. And that is, of course, as we've been saying, you know, inflation had come down and employment was really doing very well, etc. Now, inflation coming down is fine. The rate of inflation came down, but that doesn't mean that prices went back to what they were before the impact of the pandemic. So people still are paying more for the same loaf of bread or whatever it is they're buying than they were, you know, while Trump was the president. So that's one factor to keep in mind. The effect of the rise of prices cannot have been dealt with over there. There's a couple of other things that I would add which we want to keep in mind. One is that, you know, in the end, Kamala Harris had just about 3 months to conduct her campaign. Trump, as he himself said, had been doing it for the last 4 years, and actually even before that. That clearly has given him some advantage in cementing his core support, which was deemed, I think, generally we all say it was about 45% of the electorate. Two other factors which I would just mention for you to think about or discuss. One is that this whole concept of the Nikki Haley voter, the Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, you know, all the moderate Republican clearly has no influence in the Republican Party. That's kind of out. Republican Party is even more Trump's party than it was when he was the president the first time. And it's interesting that while you have 2 or 3 things which you would think would take away the younger vote from Republican, but has not. One is that younger Americans, like younger people all over the world, are actually concerned with climate change, with, you know, the recent hurricanes, the floods. All of these issues are of interest and concern to younger people. But a lot of younger people from various identity groups have swung Republican. That's something we have to try to understand. What counted more for those younger people than what is actually an important concern for them, which is climate change. One other thing that, you know, as we discuss what the effect of this Republican swing and what looks like a Trump victory now is that, you know, just before the UN General Assembly and Prime Minister Modi coming to New York, there was an announcement from the Trump camp that there was going to be a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and former President Trump. And then we know that the meeting didn't take place, and on our side, we tried to downplay that whole thing. I don't know if that will have any longer term consequences. He may or may not remember all this, but certainly people in his camp will remember that despite that announcement, the Indian delegation did not have that meeting. Whether they sought it or not is something that we can't possibly know in that sense. I really would urge that we try and understand the depth of support for the Republicans, and the fact that the legacy media has constantly mocked him, but clearly his supporters are not getting their inputs from the legacy media. Was there a Elon Musk influence in this election? Was there an influence from the influencers who endorsed former President Trump? We'll have to see how all these factors come into the analysis. But I do feel that globally there is a consolidation of the conservative ideas and therefore of the conservative vote.
We also have Tara Kartha, strategic analyst, former senior fellow at the U.S. Institute of Defense and Peace Studies, joining us on the program. Ma'am, great to have you back with us on a different platform. Thank you for joining us. How are you, viewing this return of Trump? It's quite a return.
Well, some of that is a little dismaying. I mean, I have nothing against Trump himself. Okay, I do, because he doesn't work for climate change. So I can't stand that. He doesn't recognize climate change. I mean, how crazy is that? But it's a very dark election. The issues which he's talking of, like for example, Elon Musk is talking of voter fraud. He's talking of, it's all negative. It's all talking of things which are going to happen. If you don't do this for me, the US is going to go into a slump. He's been doing this for years. And the fact, as a woman from an Asian country, the fact that the bunch of them don't feel that there is anything wrong in this whole Roe versus Wade overturning, in the abortion issue, all this is very unsettling. I mean, Trump doesn't come out and say abortion is wrong. He's not saying that. But he's kind of, very shifty on this whole thing. I think there are about 13 odd states who have already banned it. The issue here is, I think, as you just said, is the economy. So the states worldwide, I mean, the stock markets are doing a jump because they see there's this continuous vision that Trump is good for business. Now, I didn't really see that in the last time. I mean, people are kind of comparing naturally the Biden administration to what it was before and not taking the COVID into account. So there is a sense that Trump is good for business. So therefore the stock markets rise. So a bunch of people, including prominent business houses, who condemned the violence that he had unleashed, have quietly shifted back to him. So I think even when you were just talking about the Indian Americans, I have seen this for myself. Indian Americans who were convinced in the last election, they voted for Trump and they said, our votes were not counted. There was fraud. So this is his central message. I am the person who is needed. I am not being allowed to come back. And this, if he wins, that sentiment is working. The sentiment that he's good for business is working. The people who are backing him are big business people. Overall, it's what you see the world over. This is the kind of sentiment you're seeing the world over. The country for ourselves, the economy first, the rest of the world can go and climb a tree.
Right, and you've actually raised a number of important points, and thank you for your bluntness. I mean, it's you didn't mince your words there. Just to bring everyone up to speed, because we've got other US channels open on the laptop as well. So I believe
Pennsylvania, which I think you predicted a long time ago,
of course,
has been called. So he's.
That's it then. Game over now.
By Fox, CNN, everybody, and so it really is. Definitely called, the election is called.
And there are no surprises. You know, the uniform swing suggests that it's not that one state that brought him up. Everything has moved his way. The country has moved this way.
Right. Baj, you're sitting there in New York. We're seeing that I think Fox is calling, in fact, the election, the presidency for Trump at 277, if I'm not mistaken, Dorab?
Yes, 277.
And Pennsylvania has also been called for him by a couple of networks, which means he is just a couple of votes away from the 270 mark, which is what he needs to win.
Yeah, just on Pennsylvania, you know, there's this Republican analyst who writes for the New York Times and appears on CNN. She has written just now saying that if you look at the exit poll, white men, 58% for Trump, white 50% for Trump, black men, 23% for Trump, black women, 3%. So
that's it.
This is compared to black men's 7% when Biden won Pennsylvania. So he has gained 16% on black votes in Pennsylvania men. So, I mean, how much that translates into votes, maybe only 2-3%. But it's a huge number of people who have voted that way. She also raised another point, which said that 6% of the people who voted in the, came in the survey and voted for Trump said they couldn't stand him, but they were voting for him because they preferred his policy.
That's a really telling number. You know, again, I'll just take that back to Tara Kartha, that you have 23% of black men who have voted in Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. It was only 7% last time when Mr. Biden ran. And again, you know, we were talking about the gender factor here. Is that, you think, at play with black men in this election?
I think overall there is a appeal to men, because you saw Elon Musk's speech, right? You're talking of all the men to come out and vote and things like that. But if we look at the predictions in terms of black votes, that's what they've been saying all along, that black and Latino votes are going to go to Trump, because for the simple fact that what they are able to buy in terms of groceries has reduced during Biden, right? So that there is a factor there. Number two is, again, the same thing, which I have seen for myself among Indian voters. They also want a wall. They don't want immigration. You see, so it's not about foreign policy or anything great like that, or whether he's going to put tariffs on China or not. They're saying, how much money do we get finally in terms of to buy our groceries, to get our housing, to get affordable housing and all the rest of it. I think that is the key here. And unfortunately, I just want to say one more thing here. Kamala Harris had a bad start. I think somebody made that point. She was there at the end once Biden, so I have a lot of, Biden was one of their most experienced presidents in terms of his terms in legislative history. But she came in at the very tail end, you know, when he was finally shown to be unable to lead. That's a terrible thing to do to a starter. So she's already started with a handicap. And if she's done thus far, I think it's pretty creditable. I mean, that is already a marker that a woman, it's after all no accident that a woman has never been a president of the US, right? The fact that she made that dent, I think, is going to tell in future.
Right. Narayan Lakshman, you want to weigh in on that? Also, we're hearing that Trump will be addressing his supporters shortly. So we'll go across live to that just to...
I worry about the economic explanation because, you know, if you're literally going to throw out a government and a whole vision, paradigm of governance over inflation, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. It does hit where it hurts. It really tells you something about that country and its psyche and, you know, how its worldview. Unless you have an alternative explanation, which is that, you know, that particular psyche moves in cycles and, you know, they gave Biden a try. Whatever, you know, amazing policies he brought into play for the post-COVID recovery and then actually did phenomenally well in terms of any objective standards for the economy. It was just not enough. So I would like to think through the economic explanation further. And as for the Gender factor, again, we are talking about why men went over to the Trump side, Black, Latino, and others. And that, in a sense, clashes with the economic explanation. I was very much, sort of reporting the previous election in 2016, where there was a woman candidate, Hillary Clinton. And at the same time, on that occasion as well, people were saying, maybe this is the precursor and this is the first step towards Americans being willing to have a woman or even conceive of the idea of a woman president. But it is disappointing, to be very honest, to see how spectacularly that campaign failed in terms of a swing in almost every state, every swing state itself pretty much moving towards the Republican side. It tells you that something deeper, there's a deeper churn at play, which actually may push out the prospects for a future woman candidate even further. That's what I fear.
We'll have some exit polls coming out soon, which will start giving us the details as to whether it is not just the black men, but the Latinos or the people who are economically more depressed, who are more affected by the prices. And
when do we get that data?
so there's a company called Emerson that collects it, and I don't, it'll be in the papers. I mean, we'll have to, they'll give it to subscribers today, but it'll come out in the press, but we will get to know who it is that has made this 2.5% move this way.
Right.
Is it just the men, or is it that women moved the other way, but men moved in such large numbers towards Trump that in the end he got a 2% swing his way?
Right.
And what was it that made them, the one thing that made them vote? And I think it is the economy and immigration. And even if your job is secure, you get worried that because of those guys, my pay is not going up, because they are taking jobs at lower prices, low wage rates than I am taking. So I think in a way it is, as somebody said, James Carville said in the 1992 election, is the economy stupid?
Yeah.
Probably we've come back to that.
I just
It
want
is
to,
the economy
by the way,
stupid.
point out the New York Times is reporting that both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, we may not even get the unofficial results till tomorrow, because in Pennsylvania, the election workers are not allowed to start processing mail ballots until election day.
Morning.
Yes, so that's going to delay the any sort of official declaration there. In Wisconsin also, they don't expect even unofficial results because absentee ballots are counted at a central facility. So that will also start in the morning their time.
Yeah.
So these are the two key states actually that will.
But the question is, if the votes that are left are smaller than the difference, then they'll call the state.
But do you just want to weigh in on that? Are we not expecting to actually hear about Pennsylvania and Wisconsin until maybe late tonight our time?
I think later.
It doesn't matter, because I think what Dorab said is correct. 94% of the votes have been counted.
Yeah.
The gap is 3%. So I mean, I don't think in Pennsylvania there's going to be any change.
Yeah.
And the fact that 3 channels have already called it, I don't think it's going to. Official results in America take a long time, and you've called California, but California results will take 10 days to come officially. Some states have a deadline
Arizona will
of
take 13
7
days.
Yes.
Yeah, so official results and being called are two separate things, I think, Otherwise, the American elections would drag on for a long time. So I don't think we should worry about that. I just want to say something in the markets. Hong Kong market is down, maybe because they feel that with Trump, tariffs are going to hurt them more, and therefore it's a time to sell. On the economy thing, I think we should also remember in 2016, the Democrats had brought the economy back from 2008. You had a good economy going, and Clinton still lost. So I'm not sure that having a growing economy necessarily leads to a victory in the US. There may be other underlying factors.
One other very interesting thing, this is America. Just look at the way the politics is divided. Just look at the leading, how there are 3 categories. Basically, Trump has won only in the swing states. You look at the first line, swing states, -0 for Harris, -77, and Trump +77. Look at the second line, traditional Democrat states, Trump hasn't won a single electoral college vote in the traditional Democrat states. In fact, in the traditional Republican states, for one state, New Hampshire has gone to the Democrats from the Republicans. So these are the clear categories: the traditional Democrats, state Democrat; traditional Republicans, state Republican. Swing states all went to Trump. He won it not by getting into traditional Democrat states. He won it just by the swing states.
But he put up his votes everywhere.
Yeah, because the margins of victory in the Democrat states were high. So a 2% swing to Trump or a 4% swing couldn't flip the state. So the solid blue states, solid red states remained blue and red. Swing states all went because their margins of victory were low and they were volatile. Amazing difference between uniform swing, but no uniformity in electoral college votes, if you get my meaning.
Yeah. You know what you were saying about Pennsylvania counting? In fact, 2 or 3 days ago, Al Schmidt, who's the Secretary of State for Pennsylvania, said that don't expect our final results until Friday.
Yeah, I think we'll have to be here till Friday.
But the question is, if it's only 3%.
Why are you laughing? You have to sit here.
Yeah.
Till Friday.
Yeah. When you can sleep here on Friday.
Yes, Baj. Baj is he's reporting live and giving us all the good updates from the news updates from there. Yes, Baj. We go to Pavni also. She's back with us.
Getting back to your graphic just now about swing states and traditional red and blue states. Is there a big vote difference in the two? I mean, the swing that you keep referring to, is there a higher swing in the swing states than the traditional Democrat states?
We can check that.
Because you said even
yeah, we can check that. Good point.
I think Pavni is back with
but
us.
There's generally a positive swing to Republicans in all the states, but whether the exact amount, we can check.
Like Trump seems to be the master of swing states. Like even in 2016,
right. That's how he won against Hillary.
He lost
Correct.
the popular vote, but something is working for him in these states, and he's able to stir the pot.
Something didn't work for him in those same swing states in 2020.
Sorry?
He got them all in 2016, lost them all in 2020, got them back in 2024.
So Pavni is back with us. She's been at Trump Tower now for all night, her time. Pavni, we're hearing that actually Donald Trump is planning to address his supporters soon.
Well, that's good for all the supporters who are here because they're dying to hear from him. Now, I was closer to Trump Tower, but there's been a lot of security here, so they sort of just asked everybody to go, but the party is still continuing on the block. You missed some of the action. There was screaming, chanting, a little bit of dancing. All of that has been going on. I've seen Trump supporters on bikes, in taxis, in cars, driving up and down the street with their flags. So they're definitely thrilled. They're waiting for Trump to address them. They believe they have this completely in the bag. They're not waiting for official results anymore. As far as they're concerned, the man they voted for has won this election.
Right. And they're in a Democrat state, but there's still a swing to Trump even in that state. So they're a bit of a minority there, but they're
minority in New York City, but I have to tell you, I've lived in New York for about a decade now, and I was covering the 2016 election as well. I have never seen so many Trump supporters so publicly come out and being Trump supporters. Even in 2016, when New York was the headquarters for both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, you didn't see so many of them come out. In fact, today I saw them in a grocery store wearing their MAGA shirts and caps. So obviously something's changed. Now, most of the people here are not necessarily New York City dwellers. They've come from around the city. And the rest of the state is actually, quite rural, and there is a lot of, it's quite Republican. In fact, New York State is a battleground for the congressional race. At least 4 seats here that Republicans are hoping to sort of flip and take back. So, the state has gone blue mainly because of the city.
Pavni, just stay there. You're about to share the screen with Trump. But we'll come back to you. First, let's go to Baj. Baj, you wanted to comment on something?
Yeah, I'm looking at the popular vote. and Trump has a lead of what, 5 million votes? But the turnout seems to be well below what it was last time. This is coming to 129, 130 million votes compared to, I think it was 165 million last time. So have people just stayed at home? And Republicans have been, traditionally Republicans come out to vote more than Democrats or independents. So has he won the election because people have stayed at home? I mean, these may not be the final vote figures, but 30 million votes short, 35 million short is a big number.
Right. That is an interesting statistic, and you can see there that is the stage. We are expecting Trump to come out and speak to his supporters in a little while from now. Pavni, we were also hearing from the Kamala Harris camp that she, of course, has decided.
Neelam, you wanted to come in and say something, Neelam?
I just, a couple of very small points. One is that I think Kamala Harris announced an hour ago that she was going home and her stage was dismantled. The other thing that is quite important in all this is that, the Trump campaign did not, I mean, it was being said that the Democrats have a great ground game. They have lots of volunteers. They have been going about knocking on doors, etc. But it was forgotten that more Republican voters had registered before the election than new Democrats registering. That was quite important. And it seems to be that the fact that the Republicans outsourced their ground game to some private PSC or something seems to have worked in their favor, which itself will be something that will have to be examined after the elections by the Democrats as well. Why is it that even though they had such an overwhelming number of volunteers and supporters going door to door, that did not go in their favor, that did not bring out their vote?
I recall them saying that on one day they had made 800,000 personal calls in Pennsylvania.
Oh, wait, here he comes. Trump coming. Let's have the volume up and listen to what he has to say.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Wow.
These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved them. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're going to. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. The president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, that was Donald Trump making what was essentially a victory speech, even though the official results have not been declared yet. It may take some days to do that, but it's quite clear, the projections are quite clear that he is the next president of the United States, the 47th president and the first president in more than 100 years to be elected in a non-consecutive term. He, of course, was elected in 2016 and now appears to be headed to the White House once again in 2024. In his speech, he talked about overcoming obstacles, of course, said that this was the greatest victory ever, which is what he does tend to say. And it is the day the American people regained control of their country, is how he has described this election day, and quite a remarkable election day where he is comfortably placed to come back to the White House. Quick last comments. Vivek Mishra from ORF with us from Washington. Vivek Mishra, of course, he's sort of done a sort of non-customary thing by making a victory speech before an actual victory is declared, but I guess there are no surprises expected from here now.
Can you repeat that, Nidhi?
What did you make of his speech?
Oh, I think it was just a repetition of his campaign speeches. He exactly said the same things. But surprisingly, he talked about democracy and talked about inclusion, and he talked about Arab Muslim men. Because remember, he was one of the presidents who banned 5-6 Muslim countries from entering the United States. So I think he started on a good note, but we'll see how this really pans out. I would also be keen on looking into what are in the next few days of his, after he takes over, what are his executive orders, because he clearly has talked about within a week he's going to bring out a few executive orders, or most presidents do, and I think I would be really keenly watching for that.
Right. Last comment, Vivek Mishra, thank you so much. Pavni, who's been reporting all night from New York, I guess the atmosphere is quite electric now where you are, Pavni, near Trump Towers, now that he's come out and addressed his supporters.
Yeah, so the crowd has thinned a bit because security teams basically asked everybody to go. But since he started speaking, supporters were watching the speech on his screen. I've seen some trucks come in, well, not trucks, actually vans come in with Trump flags. There's one right behind me. I don't know if you can see. They're replaying part of his speech. So it is a very exciting moment for these Trump supporters right now. They're just extremely thrilled. They're chanting, they're dancing. It's early in the morning over here, but for them, celebrations have just begun. And for them, this is a historic moment. And, let's not forget one more thing. Trump mentioned this being a historic moment, but this is also historic because he is the first president-elect, possibly, who is a convicted criminal. He is also facing trial in at least 4 cases. So he didn't mention those. He didn't mention a machine that's after him, but that's also something to watch out in the Trump presidency, that will the Department of Justice really go after sitting president?
All right, well, Pavni, thank you. We'll let you get a few hours of rest because we will be back at 8 o'clock tonight with more analysis on what the new Trump presidency will mean for the rest of the world and for America itself. Thank you very much for joining us on Decoder this morning.